Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 10. Today, yesterday, give a little recap. We are collecting some cool data from Google Play Store. We're doing some review sentiment analysis. We're tracking engagement score based on how many reviews to installs. There's a lot of types of data that we brought in yesterday from that. We're doing it on 60 different apps, and this is going to be part of our platform here that we're going to start creating charts for and creating data for. The idea here is if someone owns a company, we will show them data that they care about. So let's say they own a company that, Duolingo. We're going to say, hey, the recent reviews have not been so good, and here are the reasons. Here's, maybe they didn't are no longer getting as much organic traffic because they're getting 10,000 installs and like two reviews. All these things are potentially interesting to someone who owns that company. And we also worked on charts. So yesterday we created a panel, or rather, this panel existed, but we created a lot more charts to look at. I will show maybe one of them. And we are using our Twitter to sort of market this app, show you what it looks like. We have not really updated the styles, but this is one of my favorite charts we made yesterday. We also created the histogram, and uh, basically we are increasing our ability to answer more and more questions. First, it started very simply. Now we're getting to, if you look on our deep dive page, and this deep dive feature we've been working on, there are now a lot of different types of questions we can answer about stocks, individual companies. Now we're bringing in kind of alternative data. So we have a mix of macroeconomic, individual companies, and all of these things will allow us to provide value for users as the general idea. However, beginning of today, I am going to finish something I was doing with the shorts. I was working on it a little bit this morning. I am almost done. I want to fix the text on these reels. Um, and once I do that, I will be happy with this. I've been making a few changes here and there. I started using Warp here as well. Hey, Colin, how's it going? Um, I got this idea from BridgeMind, I suppose, and someone else actually told me in the chat, and I guess I didn't realize how valuable this is. So I highly recommend this for management. However, with that said, for the cloud code, I'm probably going to use cloud code, the normal iTerm stuff for that, just because I prefer a little bit to be able to resize the windows. So, for example, I like to resize and make it bigger. Um, Not that I can't see, but it's just my preference. And Warp, I don't really understand how I can do it easily. So for me, I'm just going to use Warp for my terminals. So starting up my processes, I can very easily go in between them. Before I was using anti-gravity and just sort of like clicking around on the terminal window. So this is quite a bit better. Doesn't save like a ton of time, but it's just the user experience of it is fun. So said, I'm going to start up a little bit of music. I created some new songs. So we play a few of them. Right, turn down the audio a little bit. Okay. So I might have to start up my Reels creator once again. Oh, and I'll send a little notification on the Discord. Cool. So let's see, where did this start? This Reels creator? Looks like it started on 3005. So this is, I guess I should call it more of a creator platform. Grab the file real quick. Great to hear Colin. Good morning for you too. So we're gonna, I created this new thing a few days ago. It's called Curator Mode. It's I find it to be a little bit better experience when creating the shorts. I kind of want to select the moments before I have a bunch of them. You can also give custom instructions, but I'm gonna do that at the moment. Day 10. So these are all our moments. Go ahead and choose one. This one seems good. Oh, this one's, yeah, this is, I want this one. Yeah, good. Interesting. So, wait, how much is it? So it's 500 per. Yeah, probably not the second one. I also added a picture-in-picture mode, so whether or not it'll look good is another story. So we size this up, do 2. Maybe just do 1. See on that thing, I want to make sure it's very visible, the text. Put it like right here-ish. It would be nice to have a little bit of a preview here so I could see how visible the text is going to be. Well, we could totally do that. It's just like you take whatever's in the screen content and you just put it over here as well. Let's do that. It's a simple change. So for the caption, what we want to do is, our current goal is we want the text to be very readable. So when you're choosing the positioning, I want whatever's in the screen region should be put into that caption preview. So that way, where we're positioning the text, we can see what it's going to be over. In order to do this, you're going to need to consider what mode they're in. So if they're in, like, you know, if they chose the split mode. Okay, so you're going to have to consider both the webcam and the... That's a little tricky. Then you have to do cropping and stuff. So you have to actually already do the cropping, which is some processing power, and you need to send it to the back end. So maybe a little more tricky than I thought. So, never mind. It's fine. See, one problem we run into is sometimes there's a really long word that the person says, and it will now go off the screen when we set a large size. Is there any way we can somehow we could wrap the text, but that kind of looks ugly, right? there any way we can figure out, like, based on, because we know what they said during that reel, right? So is there any way we could figure out sort of the max size that they could set for them? So that way they don't accidentally make it too big and it goes off the screen. Let's just talk first, no code, just see if we can come up with something. Okay, after transcription, we know all the words. Find the longest word. Organize these windows a little bit. This is... Do that. I'll probably close these ones for now. Let's see what's... Yes, different character, that's true. What do you think makes sense for the user experience? I think wrapping the text won't look good in the short, right? So that's probably not an option. Wait, is there a way we could tell? Well, that doesn't work either. Hey, the Keno, how's it going? Yeah, it's true. But mostly I'm just working on one at a time. I sometimes do multiple features at a time, as long as they're doing separate files. I added some commands. Maybe we can test them. Let me send a command. If I do project. Oh. I guess it didn't hook up. Let me see what happened. Oh, it says it's hooked up. Where do I send the command with this thing? Ask. Where do I send the commands with Nightbot? Oh, there it is. It worked. I just took a little bit. That's cool. Okay, let's see. Wrapping looks terrible with shorts. Tap the slider. Why not make a stream overlay that updates instead? Yeah, I agree. So you could say for the project. I guess like... Yeah, I think that makes sense. You could put it on the top left, top right or something. I just don't want it to be too cluttered, but I think you're right. Like a lot of people ask the question of what we're working on. So might be a little bit better. It's kind of cool with this Nightbot thing. You can like add people as regulars and things. Give them special commands. Oh, that okay. Dynamically, that makes sense. Maybe is the number 3 the most common thing? Like, if you have a bigger word, it's gonna make it smaller, so it doesn't. How weird would that be for the viewer? Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so how could we go about detecting if the text went off the edge of the screen in the final, like before we actually process it or while we're processing? What would be the strategy? Tested anti-gravity. It's all right. Tracks me most exactly. Definitely. I agree. Measure text width with pillow. Some sort of library or something. What is pillow? Character, yeah, that'd be a rough estimate. What is pillow? Is this some sort of library or something? It's a Python library. Okay. Cool. And more customization, better agent control. Yeah, and it's also for me it keeps freezing, or like freezing as in just very slow generations. Don't know why. Either I'm not sure if it's Gemini or what. Okay, let's go ahead and add it. So we're using Warp now, so we'll be testing it today, see if it's good user experience. Let's see, so I want a way I can easily tell which one's the front end and this one is okay. Well, these will be my command windows over here, I guess, for so this will be always just put in requirements first. Install it. What's the version currently? Look it up. I'll just look it up. Okay, we gotta reset our thing over here. Okay, this is not a bad experience so far. Okay, so it's installed. Let's go ahead and try to implement this. Different defaults for captioning. That's everything. Hey, thanks, Samuel. You seen the portfolio which went viral on X? Creative portfolio, long time. Oh, which portfolio they can? We're currently working on our shorts creator, Crazy Gamer. It's very cheap shorts creator. I think you're right, the canon. We're gonna add a little thing. Actually, we could just do that right now. It's not very hard. So how should it work? For a command that I run? I think ideally if I could somehow figure out what I'm working on, that'd be cool, but I don't know how we could do that. I probably have to manually do it. I mean, the only way is it's like some sort of bot is watching my stream, right? Which I don't think that's allowed. So I'll probably have to enter some command. Maybe in Discord. We just connected to the Discord bot. I enter what I'm working on and it will show on the stream like this. That's going to be in our Tidefall bot. I haven't separated the projects yet. So we're going to expand our Discord bot functionality. The new thing is we're gonna add a command that's like I'll show you the command. So it's slash working. What it's gonna do is it's going to go ahead and create a little front end, just the same way we did with the commit history. I'm gonna change the song. I'll delete that one. And so it's going to be a new, we're going to expose something new to the public. Going to be the same thing where we're bringing into OBS after it's exposed. When the user puts in working and then the text, whatever that text is, should show. It should be styled in a similar way to the existing things. But before you start, based on the styles of the commits and the chat, what do you think would make sense? Like we have a white background for the commit. What would look the best for the stream, do you think? So let's ideate first. Ideate first. No, ideate. I don't even think. What? I think Poopy Butt is just joking around. Project you doing? Oh, I need to add the stack commands, Saudra. I'll add it real quick. Oops, sorry. Oh, I like that song. Heard that one. Although technically what I'm working on is this at the moment, so it's not It's okay. I'll just put this one too, and I'll put the open source. People, yeah, this is much better because then people can actually go to the projects and just look themselves rather than me explaining it over and over again. I'm gonna add stack. Yeah, that's good for now. Okay, so it says it's working. We're gonna go ahead and test it. We're gonna crank up the size to see if it's gonna overlap when we finish our short. Waiting for the short. I'll just do one at a time next time because oh, I see what happened there. Wait. Huh. Okay, no, maybe it wasn't. Usually, like, if we make a code change. So let's go look at warp, see if we sort of error. Oh, I guess when we started up, we forgot to actually terminate the last process. Sadra, I think there's always a delay. So whenever you do a command, I think it takes a while, I think. Let me know if it doesn't show up. What music do you guys want? Do you guys want this, like, kind of like, I don't even know what you call it, some sort of shaky music? Shaker? Or do you guys want the chill piano stuff? I'm okay with either. Let me close down the... Got the command though. What's the commands? Once you finished the project, you want, yeah, lo-fi? Yeah, let's do it. Are you asking like what percent soda head? I'm not really sure. I think, you know, as long as we have momentum and we have a lot of ideas, and I have a ton of ideas for what we're working on as far as the financial thing, then I'm fine, you know. I just keep going. At the point where we have no more ideas, that's when we have to switch a project, right? So I'm okay taking, you know, 2 or 3 weeks, you know, to really flesh out what we have here, as long as we're making good progress. But I do want to finish what I was doing this morning with this short creator. I was almost done. We'll probably only work on this for like 30 minutes or so, or an hour. Okay, so this is our styles that we're gonna add. We're gonna add a little thing on the stream, the Keno's suggestion, which makes sense, which will say what we're working on, so people don't have to ask all the time. Should be maybe a darker color. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Let's do this. Yeah, let's do your recommendation. Go ahead and try to implement this. Okay, so now that we have the backend running, oh no, we didn't. We did not run this. The Python processes. So. Okay, we're going to create the vertical shorts again. This is going to be a test to see if it's going to go off the screen or if it's going to make the text smaller to fit when it goes off the screen. It's using a new library to do that, so we will see. Oh, good idea, Shri. Good morning, Ricardo. Yeah. Oh, we do have explain. That's not really a useful command, I guess. Ask me to explain what I'm doing. About adding. Yep, navigation, search, create avatar, image day. What's that soda head? I don't know if it glitched out on restream what you said, so I'm gonna look. Just didn't skip, no. Yeah, not sure, but I think I see what you're saying. You're basically saying like add to the title what we're working on every day. No worries. I think that maybe can make sense, but I think it might make more sense because to put it on the stream because it changes throughout the day. Sometimes we want to work on some different things. Oh, we forgot to turn on the space deletion. It makes the reels a lot better when we remove the gaps. And there's another thing too. When we go backwards, it should save where the regions are because it's kind of annoying to resize a little bit. Not too annoying. A little bit. So when we go back, but I'm not going to do that yet because I don't want to break what we've done here. I think it might work actually. And there's another thing too, like you should be able to, every time you make a region, you should be able to, like a button that you can press that will do it for all the reels because the webcam is usually the same place for everything. I don't really care. And we have to do this again. So two things. Save the settings. Don't have to re-enter thing. They're editing. And number two, there should be some change. Current region selection. resize for every. I'm not going to send it quite yet. I'm going to check it out first. I'm going to use the picture in picture. Add commands in the YouTube title. Hey, Shri. What does that mean? It's like, I put that in the actual title itself? I've never seen that before. Is that like some just thing so people know they can do it? Or if that's the case, why not put it in the description, I guess? Or is there some other reason? Maybe some SEO stuff you're thinking? Cool. I removed the explain. You guys have any other ideas for commands too? Oh, explain Rust or C++. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's supposed to. That'd be cool. Wait, can we build our own bot? Like, that'd be cool if we could build our own commands that can do like really complex kind of stuff. We probably can if Nightbot can do it. That'd be fun. We just have to connect our YouTube account. Running the Discord bot. Oh no, just compiling. It was deleted, guys, my project. So I gotta do it again. So it's not removing the gaps anymore. I wonder if somehow we broke that. Save this one. Seems like the remove gaps is not working anymore. I said it's a 0.1, but there's a lot of gaps in between everything. Can you check, go through the flow there, see if you can figure out what's going on? Okay, cool. So we did this one over here. I'm gonna just commit it. And we'll test it on Discord. No way, it just puts it in this file, but it's okay. New Discord command, provide bot. Sure, PoopyBot. I think I've seen that before. But isn't it usually like they have some way to limit that? Maybe it's like a once per day thing. So yeah, give me any other command ideas. I think this one's kind of a very common one, right? Annoying, or what do you even call it? Like a, I don't know. It's pretty self-explanatory. Don't really need. So is it maybe like, right now it's 0.1, right? Can we make it go down way lower? I just want to test because I think I did see maybe one cut, so I'm not sure if it's somehow the spacing in between. So if we make it go way lower, I can test whether it's just like totally broken or if it's some sort of weird timing thing. So make it maybe go down to like, excuse me, 0.01. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna go back to edit. I need to fill it out again, fortunately. I'm probably just gonna do it on one. Move gaps. We're gonna bring it all the way down to 0.01 second. 0.03 maybe. Okay, I'll just do that. With so I see Nightbot, you can put a bunch of commands in your YouTube stream. How would we build something like that? Because I want to have like people can put a bunch of stuff in the chat and that will do things to the stream. We have to like connect our YouTube account. We accomplish. Let's create a plan. But I'm not gonna put it here because because in case we have problems with our Discord bot, let's just kind of put it in this window as the context. Look at this one. It is doing cuts. Wait, what happened to this one? Oh, it's because we didn't select the region. What do you guys think? I think the generally the shorts, the text is much bigger, right? It's like much wider. It's like maybe all caps or something because like we're using the same font, right? That's what it is. It's all lowercase. So I think what the issue is, like, let's default to, well, let's have maybe like some slider saying use uppercase or lowercase. I mean, some toggle, and that toggle for the caption should be on by default. I'm gonna commit first though. I think everything we did mostly doing what we want. It's just a print. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it deployed the bot, so I'm going to try going to try sending a Discord commands. Where do I send it though? I actually don't even. So to do this, where do I send the command? Is it just anywhere? At which channel do I send the command in? Oh, cool. So now it's default uppercase. Nice. To the gaps. Okay, so it works globally in the Discord server, but I don't think. Well, I'll just try it then. So did we set it up to work globally with the Discord server? Because I don't remember putting in like a Discord server ID, only channel IDs. What does that mean? What do you mean sync globally? So we don't have to put in a like a. How does it even know which? Oh, I see. So any command we have for this bot syncs to every Discord server. Is that what you're saying? Like anyone could add the bot technically, so it has to sync with everyone. So I see it's actually, it is shrinking the word to fit. That's cool. Interesting. So wait, how much is it? So it's 500 a month per account. For example, if you want to touch 12 accounts, it's 500 a month. Yeah, that one's kind of dumb. This one's okay. I feel like the text is still not quite right though. Be like whiter, right? Kind of the look. I mean, vertical. Does this look right? Is this kind of how shorts look? There's a second thing though. For some reason, even if I'm pausing for a long time, it's not really cutting it. It does cut it sometimes. What do you think the reason is? Is it because there's like music in the background? Maybe look at the whisper logic for, it's either whisper somehow not getting the exact right timestamp, or something we did with how we are processing when to cut. And I'm gonna make sure not to change anything as far as code for that change. No code changes for this. Okay, interesting. Well, worth a shot. I mean, I'll try the command, I guess. Put in a random admin channel or something. Oh, it worked. Let me try this. Cool. Okay. What's the path to C? The working message? Working. I'm gonna go check it out, what it looks like on my other screen. Nice. That totally works. All right, I'm gonna add it to the stream. Of course. Oh, big. I guess it kind of blocks a few things, but it blocks the least amount of things. Whisper detects speech. Oh, I see, it's background music. Gotcha. Gotcha. Good. Should we make the is the text big enough, you think? For mobile? Boy, for mobile. Guess we can make the camera bigger. What about the camera for the picture-in-picture mode? Maybe we should make this bigger by default. Okay, I probably don't need to commit this, but And now I'm going to send the other prompts, which is... Probably download this one. It's pretty good. Okay, I have way too many of these. I cannot find it. Oh, where did I put it? Okay, I guess I'll just do it. Oh well. All right, so we're going to do two things. Number one, when you go back, it should save your settings. So if I go back to edit, all the settings should remain the same. We don't need to store it in the back end though, just some local state stuff. And then also, when the user is selecting the regions, there should be a way for them to select that the region will be the same selection for all the shorts. That way they don't have to reselect every single one every time, because sometimes the webcam is the same place. Or maybe they want to keep both the same place, so there should be a mechanism to do that. So those are the two things. So is the only way we can... Wait, what are some other cool ideas for what kind of things we could display? This is probably the best one, right? Wait, I think we asked some questions about... Oh, right, that's the Nightbot YouTube integration with our commands. Local storage. Why not React? Oh, I guess I'm gonna go grab a coffee while I'm waiting for that. When I come back, we'll work on the Prism data feed again. Okay, cool. Oh, sorry. Let's see, how would this work? Oh yeah, that's pretty easy. If we have access to this, the live chat messages, that's actually really easy. Wow, we could do tons of stuff. That'd be kind of fun. So we don't need to use Nightbot, really. Maybe for like some simple moderation, I guess. Okay, 5 seconds. Yeah, we'll burn through that real fast. So realistically, for 8-hour streams, there's pretty much no way we could do this because we'd hit the rate limit. And that's a daily rate limit, so we are limited. Also, it'd be like really slow. Well, realistically, how hard would it be for me to get approved? I mean, if I create a website and everything and doing a similar service to Nightbot, how hard would it be for me to get approved by Google and get increased rate limits for this? Okay, so it says it finished this. I think it's probably going to reset the first time, but we're going to go through, change a few settings. Okay, that button works. So try both of those things out. Okay, apply to all. Oh, nice, that works, yeah. Cool. Now let's try, I could do a slash break. Oh, yeah, let's add that. That's cool. Cool, yeah, let's add a slash break. It's gonna do a timer. So it's gonna what's gonna happen is when I do slash break, it's gonna replace the slash working text on that page. And it's gonna be a countdown timer of like, make it something related to coffee probably. That's pretty much the only time I leave. Hey, Ricardo. Remove the yes. So we do remove dead space. However, our limitation appears to be whisper because it seems like it's a bit off as far as the exact words. So it's not perfect. Like definitely still some gaps, but it does cut when there's a big gap, very clear gap. Oh, this is good. Yeah, we could probably get this, maybe. What do you think the probability is of getting approved after 2 months, though, of going back and forth? You have to, like, prove that you have users and stuff. Is that part of the problem? Like, could you do it as a new website, or do you have to have, like, some sort of standing? So that's for the... We're trying to get increased YouTube rate limits. Then we could build our own commands. Unfortunately, with the length of these streams, we will not be able to do it with the current rate limit. And, you know. Alright, we're gonna try the break command once I commit this. It should be kind of simple change. Oh, there should be also commands to, like, you know, undo it. So, like, let's say I come back early, right? I should be able to remove that, and it goes back to what's on the /work. It cut there, but it should have cut a few more times. Cut there too. Sometimes the text does get still a little cut off, so we'll fix that. Just a small thing. So sometimes it's like just barely cut off on the edges because the long word. So we just need to adjust it, I think, a little bit. That library you added for the analysis of when to do that. I'm gonna commit first. I'm gonna test this first. So the saving settings, I go back. Okay, so it did save the text settings, not the region. So currently, it doesn't save the region settings. It saves everything else though. So the region, like where the regions are. I'm not commit these changes because I'm pretty sure they work. Just changes to our Discord bot. Okay. You have to justify how much you need. What if it's just for myself, right? And I'm saying, hey, I would like to have higher rate limits because I'm building something for myself. Does it have to be something where I'm giving it to users for them to consider it for the rate limit increase? Okay, let me test this again. I think it should work now. Can you double check? Please double check to see if there's anything we can do to make the cuts more aggressive. The cuts right now, I know we've already talked about it, but let's see if we can come up with anything, some sort of interesting approach. So I'm gonna wait for this to deploy and then we'll check it out. I'm pretty sure it works. Oh, okay. So how large of a creator do you have to be for them, you think, to increase the rate limit just for you? Probably very large, right? Oh, yes. We could do a hybrid. This could work. We could get our cuts more aggressive this way. Of looking at the waveforms and seeing when it comes down. Just get more aggressive. Yeah, we could also skip ums. I say a lot of ums. Just get extra aggressive on a lot of stuff. So I've tried this energy detection before on another project. It wasn't super great, so I'm hesitant to try it again, but we could just maybe do a little experiment. I mean, is this a thing? Like, I don't know if I've ever seen this, like, so you speed up instead of cuts. Yeah, let's try this hybrid approach where we are, shifting the word start, word end a little bit. Secondarily, let's do the energy level. Let's try it out. And thirdly, let's skip, if the words are any filler words, let's just skip those. Add a little dictionary there of words that we'll skip. So do all three of those things to make the cuts more aggressive. I'm gonna see if this deployed. Yep, it did. So I'm gonna test it out in Discord. I'm gonna run a command. It should say break on the stream. See if it does. Nope. Maybe I gotta break. Okay, not yet. Apparently it could take some time to propagate. That's what it said anyways. Let me check the logs though. I don't see anything. I'll just wait a little bit. Yeah, you have to be very large creator for them to consider 100,000. Oh, maybe one day. Perhaps make a dictionary of wake words, leverage those data points. Cardo, you always have really good ideas. I don't know what wake words means though, so I'm gonna look it up. Wake words. So let me read again what you said. Are you thinking like skip words? Like that's kind of what I was thinking, right? The I say a lot of basically, obviously, skip all those. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Well, this will be interesting. Let's see if it works. I didn't even look to see doing this time. Just curious what it will do. Right. Okay, I think that's everything. But with Nightbot, can I actually add my own scripts and things and to accomplish my goals of making cool commands from the live stream? Like, for example, you know, text-to-speech is one, but there's plenty others we could do. Does do any things support this? I imagine they do, right? I mean, come on, one of these does. I guess we can read this while we're waiting. If what it did do. Okay. Okay, let's see what happened. Hold on, I'm gonna stop the music. I can't really hear. So in anti-gravity, be careful not to use this as a playground. Deleted, guys, my project. Okay. So, you know, it's good you run these experiments. This is not good. It's kind of messed with the audio, and it doesn't really do anything. Let's see what it did, though. The opposite of skip words, keywords that activate capture like Hey Siri. Oh, wait, I see what you're saying. Oh, that's really clever. You're saying basically during the stream, I say some keyword, and that way it knows exactly what to find, and I can maybe customize what keyword that is. That's cool. Hey Bruno, how's it going? Pretty good. Working on this project to start the morning. But we're going to go back to the other one, probably within an hour. I'm gonna do that. That should be part of the shorts curator part, like in the beginning. You can say, hey, what are the wake words? Use that terminology. I'm not going to give up quite yet. I will say what the problem is, see if it can figure it out. Right now, it's just kind of made the audio very... I don't even describe that. It's just like cutting in and out. So, and it doesn't really change the video at all. So it doesn't really work. You think... I mean, just take a second look. Is there... What's the problems here? I think it's probably not going to work with this particular request, and we just undo it. But I will try. Sounds like the audio is maybe being cut, but the video frames aren't moving. Can you double check that? Says it found a problem. Maybe. We'll try. Definitely, we're gonna add that wake word thing. I think that's cool. Like I just say something, so we know to find it later. Granted, not sure how often I would actually do that. Oh, here's the answer to this question. Oh, that's great. Yeah, let's set that up. I'll do that after the stream, probably. I'm gonna save that. Oh. Nightbot supports this, so we could do it here too. Oh, weird. Wait, what? Wait, how does this library read the chat with no quota limits? Sounds like something that's against the terms of service. It actually is working. Think. Let me check. No. It was deleted, guys, my project. So I gotta do it again. I don't know. It's just doing weird stuff. It was kind of cool. So I did. Yeah, yeah. We're discarding that. That's not good. We tried. That is okay. Okay, cool. I think I'm ready to work on the other project now. I think we did. I think the only thing we didn't do is that whitelist thing. So that's the last thing we'll do. And then we'll go back to the other Prism data feed. I am satisfied with the reels for now. I found the prompt. You did it though. So we want kind of like a, we're going to call it like a wake word, but it's going to be at the beginning of the shorts creator. When you're doing the curator, you should be able to specify a word in the timestamps that if you set it during the stream, we're definitely going to make a reel, or that'll be one of the options to sorry, actually don't make it part of the curator. That's just a default option you can put in. Like you can put in a word that you know you said, and we will make sure to find a reel, a short where you have said those words. And you should also have a toggle. This toggle should be only find shorts where I said this word. That way the user can really specify, hey, I know this scenario. And in that case, you know, even if they selected, hey, I want like 4 shorts, we will only generate 1 short because they enabled the only finding this one word, assuming that there was only 1 short with that word. Now, if the scenario where they selected they want 4 shorts and they selected this word, then it should just be a max of 4 shorts, so we don't go over their max. So hopefully that's a little bit weird, but it's a long prompt. I'll make sure I committed all my stuff. Okay. I think someone said something. I think I missed it. The text font it uses is weird. I couldn't watch a short with that font. I see. Fair enough, you know. I think this is one of the popular ones. Let's maybe see if we can choose another one. But I will do that right off stream. I think you're right. It does look a little bit sort of engagement hacky. Just sort of like, I don't know what you call it. Slop. I call it slop. How many projects do you have in progress? I'm mostly working on 2 projects at the moment. It's just this one and Prism data feed. The other ones are kind of in the back burner because these are kind of the 2 I focus on. Whenever I want to make my shorts better, which I have no shorts right now, I just want the shorts to be good before I start publishing stuff. So yeah, and then once we're gonna be done with this now and move to the other project after we do add this wake word setting. We'll test it out first. So let's learn how this library works. It doesn't use the official YouTube data API. That's probably not allowed. So I assume this this is not allowed, this library, right? I feel like there's so many things not allowed. follow the rules. Cool, let's go ahead and try it out. If I go into Shorts Clipper, I'm going to spill this. I'm going to put this over here. I'm going to paste some stuff. So I know I said Google Playground. I kind of like that reel. I'm going to change what I said a little bit. So if they put in the wake word of Google Playground, but then they say they want like 3 clips, what you should do in that scenario is create 3 different clips, no matter what, around that keyword, right? Because they might just want like a bunch of iterations of different versions of that time period, right? If there was only one scenario where it happened. If there are multiple scenarios where it happened, then find different scenarios. So that's kind of the adjustment here. Yeah, Fine Destiny, you can select different fonts currently, but I just chose that one for the moment, but I might add some other ones too, because I don't really like any of the others. They're sort of like defaults, system fonts, so super good. Ricardo, I think I missed your message here. Transcription from yesterday, do a word frequency analysis followed by some... Oh, that's a great idea too. Like, I kind of did that a little bit in some sense on the chapters. I'm trying to like optimize it a little bit for SEO. So chapters is like when the videos, when you see it like cut up, so you can skip ahead, and I updated it today a bit better. On the recent videos, it should be a little bit less clearly AI, but obviously it is. The AI likes to be very salesy. When you ask it to, write something, whether it's an essay or it's very, I don't know how you can describe it, cliche, something like this. Okay, let's try that. I'm going to generate, should be 3 clips around where I said Google Playground. Yes, I agree, but you can't stream yourself breaking the rules. This is generally not a good idea. Yes, you're not allowed to use this library. So yeah, but I won't, because yeah, I do it the right way. Fortunately, I wish Google would just like allow me to do this and not rate limits, but alas. Okay, so that did not work. Let's just make sure that I did say Google Playground. I believe I did, but maybe I didn't. Is this true? I guess I didn't. Okay, pretty sure I did. But maybe maybe I like separated into another line. Maybe. Not really sure. Let's do Playground. This says many streamers use these tools without issue. It's kind of annoying, like either say it's allowed or don't, keeping it vague is sort of confusing. I think it's pretty clear it is against the rules, I guess, but it's just like not enforced. Do it. Whatever. Give the AI persona. I actually did that today. Ricardo, we have the same idea. I made it myself, which I probably, it's kind of stupid, narcissistic maybe. But I was just testing it out. It wasn't very good though. I was using the Flash model, so. I fed it like a bunch of transcripts and I said it to be me. So I'm like talking to myself. I'll show you the chapter generator. After it generates the chapters, I like talk and iterate on the chapters using that inline chat. I won't show it, but not very good. Okay, cool. I think this maybe worked actually. See, they put it all around the same moments. Just different clip around the same. But now let's try another scenario, which is like a word that was used a lot. It should find different moments. Let's just say like something I say all the time. I'm just gonna choose something and like, it doesn't really matter. Just do okay. All right, I think it's time to make some new songs because we've been playing this same 11 songs for a seriously long time. I'm gonna make some here. Four is better for this, I think. Lo-fi specifically. Oh, I think it cleaned it up. We did add some logic to clean it up, but it shouldn't do it until we... It's fine. Fix that later. Hey, Codename Zulu, how's it going? 3 Flash soon. Yeah, that'll be nice. Okay, so I just choose OK. I think that's good, right? Let me check the break command again on Discord. Might have loaded now. Oh, still no. How long does it take usually? It's been about 30 minutes. The break command still isn't there. How long does it take to propagate usually? Wait, what would happen if Google Playground appears 2 times? What would happen in that scenario? Oh, nice, yeah, that somewhat works. Cool, yeah, that makes some sense, I think. Oh, what'd it do? This is not very good. Look, you need to make this a little bit better because you have to realize they can choose 10 clips, right? They can choose 0, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. Well, they can't choose 0, but they can choose 1 to 10, right? So what you, the logic you do here has to be like, it has to make sense. I mean, at the bare minimum is that you provide the number of clips they want. I think the only two requirements is that you give them the number of clips they want, but if there's only one clip, then you do 3 around that clip. If there's 2, it doesn't really matter. Just generate some random like amount for each. Basically, if there's more than one, make sure to not just do all the same one. Those are really the only requirements. But it has to work for if they select 1 to 10 somewhere there. Okay, I think that makes a lot of sense. I would just try it one more time, but I'm pretty sure that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Okay. We did redeploy. I guess I'll double check that it got the new commit. I believe it did. Oh, it did. That's fine. Cool. I'm going to switch to the other project now. I think we've done what we've wanted to here. Let me open warp. Going to close. I'll just keep it open. It's fine. Okay, let's go ahead and reload our daily analysis. There's something I want to do. So there's 2 different types of daily analysis, right? There's like the one you get in the morning. Like people log in the morning. They want to look at the news. We should give them something that loads at 6:30 in the morning. And then one at the end of the day. Those are the 2 important times. Right now, what happens when you generate it in the morning, it's going to think it's the end of the day and tell you things like, oh, you know, today was very low volume. It's like, well, yeah, there's no trading yet. So we should try to make it so it tells what time it is and makes the brief a little bit, just makes more sense given the time of day currently that you're running this. Cool, let's do it. That's my, yeah, okay. I'm gonna clear though. So currently, let's say we run the morning brief in the morning, or the today's brief in the morning. It's gonna think it's sort of the end of the day. So I think we need to pass, you know, the time of the day into the, you know, the LLM. So the beginning market pulse there should tell you things like, and you know, the data that we actually run. Okay, there's another component to this. So, you know, we run we're building all these charts, right? If we run the today's brief in the morning, we need to figure out what we're going to do in this scenario. What I'm currently thinking is that these charts, this data that we run, should be an end of the day kind of thing, right? Because we're not going to like delineate data points based on whether it's like the morning. We don't have the full data for today, so we can't really do anything, right? So I think we should only be generating the new charts if the user's running it after market close, whatever time zone. The reason I'm clearing that is because it's the admin that runs it. Well, right now, but in the future it'll be like a cron job or something. Meaning like it runs automatically. Could make it like a separate brief for the morning. I'm just thinking it makes maybe a little more sense. The things you care about in the morning are very different from, not that much different, but a little, you might want to know some things about your holdings that, like things to look forward to in the morning versus what happened. I'm trying to figure out what we should do for the morning. Like the market brief currently makes sense to run at the end of the day, right? That's kind of how we designed it. All things we put in there, we were thinking about it running once per day. But I kind of want to change it a little bit that we are generating stuff at the beginning of the day too, for people to look at. So what do you think we should change about this? Let's analyze first the components and figure out what makes sense, what can we cut, what could be different. Or obviously the charts we're not going to have in the morning, but what else? Let's ideate first to figure out. Hey, Christopher, how's it going? I really like Cloud Code. It makes sense price-wise, and I just like the experience. It's very fast. Also like the having a lot of windows open. Cursor, you can technically do it, but I kind of like being able to see what I'm working on too. At the same time. This is my favorite workflow. I don't use warp because I like being able to resize a little more. Well, I do use warp just for the terminals now. Now I do. Let's see, we got some other stuff. Let's test the send a chart again. We did it on the current day, but not on the prior day. Worked yesterday, I'm pretty sure. Send a chat, I mean. Yeah, no problem, Christopher. Price-wise, I think it's good too. If you do the subscription, make sure to do the subscription. Otherwise, it's price-wise, it's definitely the worst in a lot of ways. So the reason why someone do this, they're trying to understand maybe how this relates to their portfolio. So it knows this about me. How good is this analysis, this chart? What do you think? I mean, this histogram, is it really that interesting? I'm testing the product. Okay, so when this expands, it should come up. So let's do that. When we have more text. I'll just clear this. Currently, when we add text to the research tab in the chat, it doesn't expand. There is a limit to how much it expands, right? But like right now, it's way too low. So like we just type in maybe a sentence, and it's getting cut off. So right now we're planning our new. We have a today's brief, but we're gonna have it's gonna load in the morning too. So we're gonna redesign what shows up in the morning versus the evening. Should be different stuff. Interesting how subjective our preferences can be. I don't like oddly resized windows. Being able to see my desktop focus on a window. Yeah, everyone's different, you know? Everyone has their different workflows. Kind of what you vibe with. So let's see. We definitely will have the performance. So I kind of disagree. People want to check their portfolio in the morning, see how it's doing. Oh, probably more headlines. Less headlines. Why would you want less headlines in the morning? Wow, that's funny. That's literally the exact opposite of what I was thinking. So this time I do disagree. Why would you do... Okay, so I'm thinking it's actually the opposite. In the morning, you want to read more news-heavy stuff. And the quantitative question should be at the end because the day is completed. So you have all the data for today. So it will be an accurate data point to use in our pipeline. So what do you think about the exact opposite of the things you've said? Okay, let's test the chat adjustment here. So thinking about this chart, how does it relate to my portfolio? How does this matter? Okay, it's still not expanding. Just gonna type. Maybe it's because I'm using the voice. I should be able to type while it's... Also, I should be able to type in the research tab while it's generating, because you might want to cancel it, or you know, maybe you're writing the next message while it's running or something. Oh, interesting. I haven't seen this error before. File content exceeds maximum tokens. Is this file just freaking huge? Let's take a look. I remember I did see some pretty gnarly looking files. Might have to do a little refactor here. Warp is a little weird because it creates more directories something up here. I don't know why. I think it's like based on the terminals. You know how I feel about that. Oh yeah, it's huge. Let's go ahead and see if we can separate some of this stuff out. Probably the chat and other things. All right, so let's develop a plan. We're going to do a refactor of research TSX. Our objective is to decrease the number of lines in this file by as much as possible. We're not going to do the full refactor for the whole file, but we're going to prioritize things that are the most lines. So give us a plan first. Do not code yet. So we're going to test if I... Yeah, so it should kind of expand. Let me test ChatGPT real quick. If I add a bunch of text, what's the behavior here? Yeah, it expands, right? Here's what ChatGPT looks like. It goes all the way up here. We should do a similar thing. Probably it's up here or something. First, we need to reformat. Do the lowest risk items with the highest amount of lines. Wait, it's duplicated twice. Yeah, let's go ahead and do the first two. Weird. Oh, there's a problem with my my bot here. So it looks like that makes sense. Every time I restart the I deploy, it sends a live notification because it's not stored anywhere. It's just a memory or something. I'm not going to connect the database, so I'm just gonna. Oh, but I could check the Discord channel, I think. So the current problem is when we redeploy, it sends another live notification on the Discord bot. What you could do is check the Discord channel first. Make sure we're not sending a duplicate message, right? We know because the title is going to be exactly the same as the prior message. So you could just do a quick little, you know, well, it can figure that out. So. But look at my positions, right? What specifically with my positions, what does this mean? Should be able to just press enter. It stops. So when the user is speaking in the chat, they should be able to just press enter, it stops the voice and sends it. What's happening here? Some dark mode thing. What's this? For some reason, the chat is now dark mode. What happened? Did you mess up the styles or something? You know what it could be? We did edit the same file with two terminals. Sometimes you gotta be. I'm gonna wait till this one's done before I Run another.
To speak what moves this way, a touch of shift, the eyes delay. Within the rest, a spark took flight. You lit
Take a look at the portfolio page. Do you have any recommendations given our product? Think of our target user. What other things what they might want?
never sharp yet fully known. Your rhythm moved through quiet form. I heard it clear without the norm.
The next thing we're going to do
No need to speak what moves this way. A touch of shift, the eyes delay. Within the rest, a spark took flight. You lit the dark without the light. In the hush, I feel the tone. Never sharp yet fully known. Your rhythm moved through quiet form. I heard it clear without the norm.
something like that, something like this. It's a bit long though.
No need to speak what moves this way. A touch of shift, the eyes delay. Within the rest, a spark took flight. You lit the dark without the light. In the hush, I feel the tone. Never sharp yet fully known. Your rhythm moved through quiet form. I heard it clear without the norm.
This is going to be fun. At the end of the day, we're going to be able to ask all types of questions to learn. It should run custom queries. I'll start with these two, but I think that's good. Start. I'm not a huge fan of this one. I want to implement, I want to try to understand how we can get real portfolio tracking with purchase price, etc. But I'm trying to figure out how this flow should work. Right now, it's just an asset history. Can you give me some examples of sites that are doing this? I'm gonna investigate. No code. It does this sometimes. I can't load anything. So I'm gonna do a little testing because we did a little reformat. Tell me more about how this relates to my portfolio and specifically my positions and the type of investor that I am. Cool, I see it's expanding now. That's good. Nice, that's pretty good. This is all pretty good. I think we should format this a little better though, like the asterisk part should be a bullet point. So the asterisk that comes back from the models, that should be a bullet point. Right now it looks like this. We're going to need to build a new file that's like, it's going to do all types of formatting. Because we also want to do like DCFs and all sorts of like advanced stuff for the user they would like. It's kind of fun with all of our tool calls. How nice that worked. But what do you think about this chart? Rate this chart. I mean, how good is it? Because it is sort of just like a histogram. Does it actually tell us anything interesting that we can use? I'm testing the model to see what kinds of stuff it says. Like I'm pretending I'm a user. You know, they're looking at this chart. They're like, do I care about this chart at all? Yeah, I don't like how it's doing that. So as it's generating, I can't scroll up. It sort of just like keeps bringing me down. It should just keep running and I should be able to scroll around and look. Oh my gosh, yes. That makes sense. Tell me more about this. Tell me what happens if the user doesn't put in an average cost? Is it a requirement? So does Google Finance Portfolio allow you to just enter cost basis on one position? What happens to the graph when you do that then? Like the rest are, you just don't enter anything and then one you have an average cost. Okay, let's test the generation again. Mm-hmm. But I'm talking specifically about the graph, right? Like let's say they enter, wait, does Google Finance, if Google Finance doesn't have a purchase date, right? They just have the average cost. Is that the idea? That makes sense actually. It's not perfect, but chart is somewhat fictional. Yeah, exactly. So if Google Finance does it, that's how we're going to do it. You know, we tried to do something pretty hard and it was just very confusing, but we're just going to do what they did. I mean, there's a reason why they're doing it this way. I was just like, man, this is so confusing. Try to understand what the chart would look like. And how does that even, how would the user interpret that as the other component? I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Moment. My break command works yet. Admin channel. Break. Oh, still no. Must be some problem. I'll create a new window. I can take a look. Take a look at the. For some reason, the /break command isn't showing up. Can you make sure it's working? Because I couldn't. We waited about an hour and hasn't propagated, so something might be wrong. So we're going to test the generation that I can scroll. Let's see. Oh, the bullet points are kind of weird. Take a look at the bullet points. It's kind of formatted weird. We need to probably do some indenting, right? If there's a bullet point. Did it find what the problem was? Oh, we use the keyword break, which is problem. Because in Python, probably means something, right? I assume. Is that what it is? Oh, I'll try it. I mean, I don't think so. But it seems unlikely, but I don't understand something. It still didn't quite work. Take a look here. Let's, look at the file that it generated as far as the length of our research section. We do need to still do more refactors. That guy. I'm pretty sure, it's the model output, whatever came out. I'm just going to try again. But we might have to remove that because it's a little weird. Flash coffee. there's the issue, right? It's like I think what the model is doing is it's just like a an asterisk, one asterisk, right? You should indent one asterisk. You should indent all asterisks besides the ones that are like headings, right? So a heading is two asterisks. So am I correct on this? Double check my thinking here, but so this is actually kind of interesting, right? Like, why would Google Finance do this type of implementation? It is kind of fictional, right? But what's the idea behind it? Can we try to understand this? But like fundamentally, it wouldn't work as a portfolio tracker, right? You couldn't use that as a portfolio tracker because if you just have the average cost, it doesn't work, right? It just wouldn't. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. That makes sense. So with that said, what do you think about how we've done it? I mean, okay, so if you don't enter anything, we're an asset tracker. If you do enter anything as far as cost basis, we become a portfolio tracker, so we make you enter it all. Do you think this is a good flow? I think it's not like super obvious though, unless you. But we somehow would have to explain that to the user, right? Eh? Why can't I attach my stuff? Research. Oh, that's because it's an underscore. So we're going to start the process of integrating this into... Let's start with a plan, though. The general idea is this is a separate service, right? The data feeds research is a service. It runs every day, collects data. It's putting it in a database. And I guess the way this is going to work is that data feeds is going to just read the database and have its own scripts for... So these are totally separate projects. As far as like the intermediary steps, though, probably not going to store it at the moment. We're just testing. What do you think we should do? We could just like maybe bring all the files in. Let's create a plan for how we're going to integrate this. I don't really want to store it at the moment. I mean, we could, but it's just like we're probably going to delete a lot of. Oh, we could just store it. I mean, it's not like a lot of. Then we have to kind of hook it up. I don't really feel like doing all the secret stuff again. So. Until we could just store it in the Prism data feed database. What test the coffee command? Coffee. I still know. Wait, has it deployed? I guess it does take a little bit, usually. But I would like it to work. These are pretty funky. Yeah, I kind of like option 2. I'm gonna change the music. I'm really vibing with the. Gonna remove bad ones. I'm gonna change it. Sorry. Not really a fan of that. I like kind of option 2. Yeah, I like option 2. I like that idea. How do we make it clear to the user how they can make it a real performance tracker? Where did you put this logic? Did you put it in the research tab? Let's go ahead and make a new file for this formatting that you're doing. Like, move all the formatting to a new file. And all the regex and stuff that you're doing. Yeah, exactly. Like number 1. Yeah, like maybe number 1, number 3. Number 4 is interesting. Number 4 is interesting. What do you recommend? I'm kind of a torn. They all seem pretty good. Number 4 is interesting to me because I feel like seeing a missing chart might get someone more likely to enter that information. They might be like, you know, it kind of like appeals to the idea of you want to complete something, you know? I kind of like that more and more that I think about it. I think because we want them to enter the information. It makes it sticky. They enter their cost basis. They will check it regularly. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So make that change. You have to change some of the logic for the cost basis stuff. You know what? Totally separate those two things, right? Like there's going to be a new file responsible, a new component, a new file responsible for this performance tracking. And go with a UI that achieves our goal, right? We want them to feel like they that sense of completeness. So it should be clear like, hey, you're missing something. So it's already extracted. It appears to not work, however. It still is not indenting. What are we missing? Hey, Ricardo, I did not, let's see your message. Inspired you. I had 3 problems. Number 1 is when you have a lot of different brokerages, it's really annoying to track statistics between like how you're doing. There's a lot of important statistics, Sharp ratio, and a ton of other stuff. That was number 1. Number 2 is all the newsletters aren't customized to your portfolio. Number 3, I want to actually start collecting some data, like some interesting data, and just learn, you know, just build a nice understanding of what's happening and make a bunch of. I kind of just want to make some cool charts as well because I follow a lot of Twitter pages and I just like looking at them. So let's make our own. So it's like a combination of all those things, and that's why we're building this. And I think all of it together, I'm building it for myself. If I make something really good, I think maybe some people will resonate with it. That's my idea. But I do have to figure out the marketing aspect of that for sure. I think we have a plan. We'll see if it works as far as the Twitter thing goes. I think YouTube might help. Maybe some people join. Also, guys, feel free to let me know if the music is distracting. I'll just change it to something more chill. I kind of like it, but you know, it's not just about me. So we're gonna try this again. This is a very tough problem, apparently. for the bullet points to just be indented. I figured that one. I think it has to do with the fact that this file is 1700 lines. So let's continue our refactor. Let's continue. So we're going to continue a refactor of. Give me the next line, the files, or the next refactors that would decrease the amount of lines the most. So we're developing a plan first. All right, let's just do maybe the first. Let's do the first, these two. I always just choose the lowest risk items. Let's do a number 1, number 2. All right, I forgot about this plan here. So is your plan like that we just copy over the data, but we don't bring any of the the scripts for collecting the data in the repo? I think that kind of makes sense. I think there would be nice to maybe build some sort of script that does that moving for us, so that way we can just run it every day and just move the data over. The idea is we're just testing at the moment. For a while we're just going to be testing. So we're not going to be storing it for a while. So we can maybe just have a script that moves the files and updates it every day. It'd be cool if like every morning I have like a little thing that can build all these windows in the right place. I try to see if I can build something like this. It'd be kind of cool. Like a little workspace. I made my little workspace. I'm checking this command before I run it. I don't know if I want to run it because it's moving files, so. Okay, so I made some changes to our portfolio page. I'm curious what this is going to look like. Looks like maybe there's some error or something. I'll go look. So I kind of have like this, I'll send you a screenshot of my workflow currently. Is there any way I can like build some sort of like startup script that can like recreate my workspace? You can see I have like a mix of terminals and Safari open in the center. I kind of just want something that duplicates that, right? Because I don't really have to do that every time where I'm lining everything up and everything. Oh, I can use Apple scripts? Yeah. Oh, iTerm has this built-in feature? Dude, iTerm has everything. Like every time I'm like, how can I do this? Like iTerm has a freaking setting somewhere. It's crazy. All right, let's do option 3 then. If we don't need to build a script then. Looks like we maybe got another error. I'm gonna go grab it. I'm gonna try to fix something too that has bothered me for a long time. Like when you do Alt Tab on the Mac, like how come it sometimes doesn't open it? Like why do I have to like? So let's try to figure that out too. Maybe there's a way we can fix it. So I'm gonna do this first though. This is I would call this just trying to figure out how to make our workflow, optimizing our workflow. So I want to do option 3 for the iTerm stuff. How do we do it? I think I'm gonna go ahead and restart this because I can't actually tell. Oh yeah, it's no longer running. Think. Oh no, it is running. Let me sign in again here. Use window-like tabs. Yeah, I'm not really looking for like I do like having a new window. That makes sense because I like not having to click so much. Just oh no, you were talking about the other thing, Benal. You're talking about the alt tab not really totally working. I would love a solution to that problem. So we'll look into that. Oh, nice. Okay, so I don't like what it did here. Maybe some of what it's done. Yeah. Don't like this. So I don't really like this. I want to keep the same, like, here's the goal, right? Everything should load, and I don't have to scroll very much. Also, remember, this is a professional platform. There should not be any sort of like, the feel of this is that, you kind of log into Schwab, right? Log into, so we should really try to avoid the crypto look in our UI. I wanted the UI to be very similar to what we had. It's more that we needed a way for the user to tab between the performance and hypothetical, and we wanted to get the user to enter the basis so they could get both. So really, undo a lot of the changes you did and rethink how we could do it with our current UI. Hey, programming enjoyer, I'm on an M4 MacBook, 13-inch, 16 gigabytes of RAM, or unified memory, whatever they call it. Split screen. You pay for cursor as well. I do bow card, but I should disable that. Cause when I started streaming, I was using it recently. So that was November 22nd. But I'm not gonna pay for it going forward. I need to cancel it. All right, so we saved our iTerm. Nice, we saved it. Okay, well, that makes it easy. I like this workflow. It's very organized. It's about the same model. It's really enough for creating. Not too small. Yeah, definitely. I think definitely. I mean, think about it, right? I'm streaming, and I'm doing all this, and it's we fixed the problem where I was freezing. It's just I running out of memory, my storage. So I think seems to be enough, at least for now, right? I don't know if it's future proof, so we'll see a few years if 16 gigabytes of RAM is enough. So yeah, I mean, if you're not streaming, like, definitely be fine. I feel like if you're maybe making, I guess it depends a little bit what you're making, but for the most part, because I'm also running the back end of this, which is doing like video editing, or not this project, but the other project. And it seems to be doing fine there. It does, the fan starts up when it starts doing video editing stuff though. So far it's working. Okay, so we got this. Let's see, did a little refactor here. Let's take a look at the research file, see how big it is now. Okay, it's getting better. Do a few more. We'll get it on maybe to 900 if we can. And then we'll continue our project. All right, what's next on the refactor list? Oh, perfect. Yeah. So here's the idea. I think hypothetical should be on the left. Well, it's not perfect, but it's okay. So I kind of have an idea of what we're doing here. Okay. So two things. Number one, on mobile, or on mobile, most of the statistics should be on the bottom, right? Also, yeah, we don't need to have two of these. We have a portfolio value in two places. So we just one, overall one. Number two, when the user selects actual, that's when it should show you must enter your average cost and purchase date. You see the actual portfolio performance. Number three, make the hypothetical selected by default. Put it on the left rather than the right. Also, when you're done with all of that, put it at the end. Explain to me, what have you done with the cost basis logic that we currently have? Is it just kind of sitting around somewhere? It might have removed it, right? Oh yeah, definitely for travel. It's great, right? Really, I mean, you have to be doing some pretty heavy stuff, like maybe if you're using like Blender, but even then, lots of video editing and rendering, I guess. Eventually, yeah, doesn't really work. Okay, let's do. Do you recommend that we factor out the header for all of the files? Because I think we're duplicating it over and over again, right? I'm not going to commit the portfolio chart yet. I'm not going to commit that yet because we got to test this. You're just working with React. Yeah, I think it's totally workable. Makes sense. I'm gonna tone the music down a little bit, make it more lo-fi, but kind of the same vibe. More like, we call that like synthy or something. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I know it's a little weird design. I think what we should do is put all the statistics in like one place. You know what I mean? I kind of want to totally redesign how this looks. Should be like one big chart. No, I want you to make this a lot more. I want to tell you the target user. No, that's not going to work. Let me think of something else. I can maybe give it a screenshot. Kind of what I'm thinking. Look up some graphs for now. This one's kind of cool. I'm just looking at charts. Trying to find more what I'm looking for. Like an example. That one's kind of clean. Sure, it's exactly what I'm thinking. Yeah, I kind of like this one. The reason I like it, it's just this is what you care about immediately, right? Well, maybe not this. We don't have access to this stuff, but hmm. Trying to fix a thing when I saw on Mac and I when I do Alt Tab, sometimes it doesn't come up immediately, and I have to go and like double click it in the dock. You know why this happens? It's actually pretty often that happens. Also, like, let's analyze this. I mean, there are a lot of things that I think I really want to condense the statistics to one place. Well, let's think about it first, right? Like, here's our target user. What does this person care about when they come to this page? They probably care about seeing the value. If there's someone who's maybe tracking asset performance. And it comes down to like, how should the chart look? Where should we put the statistics? Should we put it on a different tab? There's a lot of design stuff we have to figure out. Where does it move the data to, though? Does it move it to... is it moving it from the data feed research to the data feed project? And where does it put it in the data feed project? Can you explain what this command option while releasing tab means? I don't understand. Yeah, cognitive overload, that's true. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I just realized, I think I kind of want it similar to interactive brokers. So after they improve their UI, I'm going to go look. I kind of like their statistics. Yeah, that looks pretty good. This is like this is a screenshot of just what kind of looks like. I like the vibe. Much bigger chart. Some news. That vibe is pretty good. I'm trying to think like you could have like tabs that are like here. Hypothetical performance. Yeah, got it. Maybe this space. Oh, that's perfect. I really like this. Okay. Yeah, this is good. Huge chart. Tabs here. Positions here. Boom. Yeah, and then we can have some extra stuff. These. Oh no, this could be where the stats are. Okay. One of them is the stats. This is the stats. This is we could have just maybe two. Stats, news. All right, cool. I'm feeling much better about something like this. Here's the general idea. On the left, positions. That's where you fill your positions. Won't have that account information. Bottom, split into two. You have market news and you have stats, all the stats we've collected in that one tab on the right. Huge account history. Two tabs. One is hypothetical market performance. Let's maybe call it asset performance instead. Number two, portfolio performance. If they haven't entered their cost basis information, our tab will be that asset performance. If they have, page defaults to the portfolio performance. I will leave you to figure out how mobile should look. Okay, that sounds good. Let's go ahead and run that script. And it shouldn't move it. It rather should just copy it. Copy what's the data in that. Oh, cool. There's a new let me try that. So if I go with this, right? Okay, that one works, but okay. Well, everything's working at the moment. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I do option. Oh, that works. Okay. I could have just looked that up, I guess. I didn't know that. So if it's not working, you just go option or option. That's cool. Okay. Nice. Okay, so we synced our data. Let's go ahead and check it out. All right, let's continue our refactor here of research. What else can we do? Our objective is to get it down to 1,000. I want you to change the styles to be more similar to the image. We need to change kind of fundamentally. Also, the at the bottom there should be split half and half. It's not really like tabs. It's sort of like a two sections. Also, I just don't really like how there's like boxes around everything. I feel like it should feel like a page. You know what I mean? Like it should feel like all connected and maybe a line here and there. I feel like the chart should be bigger too. Take up more of the page. Yeah, try again on this. Should be more similar to the image as well. Can you create your own hotkeys in macOS? Could I somehow like make a script or make a hotkey that I press and it like resizes a window to an exact dimension and space on the screen? Oh, you can make a little script to sign it as a hotkey. That's cool. Let's build an Apple script that does this. I should be able to like, yeah, build an Apple script that does this. I'm giving you an image. It should be what Safari is, the dimensions and the location. Probably won't do that now, but later. Just make a new folder, like call it like miscellaneous or something. And this is for all just like different types of scripts. Okay, let's take a look at the portfolio page again. Better, but I'm thinking this is here. This comes down. I think that we're getting there. Mobile is obviously, this is not good. So the market overview, it should line up with the chart, so it ends early. The space under the, we're just leaving the space open under the position so they can enter a ton of them. Remove a lot of the lines. Like, I think you should only have the lines when it's like bordering something. Like two divs are bordering each other, right? As far as style, you could potentially do a little more like the graph has a different background color. We could try that. So now what we're going to do in data feeds, we're going to build like this kind of query, or let's call it like a query folder. And this folder is going to be the folder we're going to use. I mean, this area of the project is going to be what's going to be interpreting a lot of the new data that we've brought in. I'm going to attach you a list of questions. Actually, I'm going to attach all of our POCs, which have our questions, our answers. These are the kinds of things we're going to be doing. We're going to allow the users to be able to ask their own questions. So you're going to use this area as the implementation for how that will work. But don't integrate it with the rest of the code base yet. I'm gonna test that the streaming still works. I'll put in an image maybe. Image of a strawberry. Kind of lined up at the top, probably. Much more rigid corners. Dollar or percent. In the position section, make the change dollar or percent. They can switch between. Also, the daily value that you're doing on the account be a similar thing. So clarify that that is the change today. Make the button not this weird like gray gradient thing. Looks really old. Make everything pretty modern and sleek. I think the portfolio performance should be lined up with the header. Change the lines. They should be like more distinct. The statistics section. Actually, you can go ahead and fill out the market overview. We have the information on why finance. Just look at the today's brief. Let's just fill that out. Fill out maybe like 10 headlines or something. And they can click it and open and read more. And then on mobile, the graph should be higher and right, the position is under something like this. Can you explain what this does fully? Can our current pipeline take natural language? All right, now try to fix the formatting thing with the bullet points. Any bullet points should be indented. Right now it doesn't when it comes back from the LLM. No. So here's the plan here, right? We pass in the structure of the data and the question to Gemini, and it will build the script, look very similar to how we do our pipeline for today's for our insight service. Analyze that and think about how we're gonna achieve this for this new data set. Okay, let's try. This is the bullet points, man. Yay, finally worked. I'm telling you guys, if you're having problems, just make the file smaller. That's it, It's you gotta just reduce the amount you're sending, and it makes the generations better. So, really worked. It's too big, couldn't solve a simple thing, and it solves it one try. All right, let's take a look at the portfolio page again. See if we're making any progress. I guess it's still generating. You think, should we build a separate pipeline for this data, or should we try to use the existing one? I guess it is can we try to reuse what we've done already? I guess the main thing is this is just a different data set, so it's just a different pattern, but in theory, everything's the same, right? What I really want to do is scope these changes though, right? So I don't really want to touch anything. How could we go about and achieve that? Essentially what this does, this is our current structure. Instead of this, we skip the second, and we replace it with a user question. This is how that works, right? It triggers the tool, and it's going to run what we already have. It's going to be a little bit different logic in the sense that we're only going to do one, right? Potentially. The question from the user is going to be just one of them. I'm not asking you to change any code yet. What I want to develop is a plan. Our goal is to keep everything extremely surgical. So we need to understand how can we achieve this in the simplest way. The reason I'm so careful with this one, this is one of our pieces we've spent a lot of time on. We've built a bunch of tests. We don't want to break it. And so just a matter of like keeping what we got, but still using it for new things. That's kind of cool. I think that works. So would this totally work? Like imagine a user question comes in, right? We won't have to change anything in the pipeline. You need to go through the entire logic flow. There might be specific, coupled things that it won't work for our specific case here. Like for example, right now we do 3 questions. If the user just asks one question, will this adapter pattern be able to work with that? Oh, hey, Meltosh. Welcome back. It's been a quiet day. Was something going on Thursday? Any tips dealing with late stage software development? And it's endless. Oh, do you mean like in a project that you feel like you could just keep going forever? Something like this? Like you just add more and more features? Let me know if I'm understanding what you're saying. Definitely, it's hard for me to say it's good enough, That's probably one of my character traits. I just want everything to be right, and then I will. But with that said, I think to work on this for a few weeks at least. 3 weeks before starting to try to sell. At least we got Stripe in and everything. But let me know what you meant. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Thinking long term here, I mean, what's maintainable? Because you got to keep in mind, this platform is going to be taking in a lot of research, right? And we want to consistently be passing things through this pipeline. Is this idea that you're thinking, is this going to be maintainable? Are we just going to create all of these new every time? That seems kind of, I'm not sure. What do you think about this? Can you tell me a little bit about how we've structured the deep research tool? Is it totally separate logic from the today's brief pipeline for creating those questions? Is it a lot of it duplicated? This is kind of interesting. I mean, how much of everything will we have to change? It's like with the config, for example, say, hey, we're going to generate three questions, first one, generate three charts, first one chart, etc. Is that kind of what you're thinking? Like, we just config everything out depending on, like, the main things in the config are like the schema with the data, so patterns. Okay, it says that actually. Yeah, that makes sense. I'd say we're doing a larger thing to make this a little bit can handle a lot more types of data because when you're just testing. So can you explain, so it's basically just skipping a lot of the iteration, like it's not really doing iteration on the scripts, right? Like today's brief does. It just kind of generates one script and it, does it do any iteration if there's errors or zero occurrences or anything? Let's look at the portfolio. It didn't really change much. Oh, a few things changed. I changed it to dollars. That's good. There's only one headline. Oh, I see. It's just a headline by our positions. It kind of makes sense. So what I'm thinking for this page, it shouldn't be aligned. It should be just the whole page, right? It goes to over here, all the way aligned top. I think that's would make it look a lot better. So what I'm thinking for this page, we're not going to align it with the left is not going to align with the Prism research and the right's not going to align with the accounts. It's actually going to cover the whole page, right? That means no lines on the edges, only lines in between, for example, account and the graph and those two things at the bottom. But they should align with the header, right? The header has a line. It should align with that. So it takes up the full page, right? See if we can do that. I think I asked that before, so hopefully it gets it right this time. So this is good. Yeah, I mean, if we redesign this so it's more of a config-based approach, it's going to be a lot more maintainable in the future. And I think we have to because just with the amount of data we're going to add, if we rebuild it every time, it's just going to be a total nightmare long term. So I think we do it now. I'm going to go grab another coffee, but I think what I'm going to do see. Did we test this stuff? I don't think so. What does it do again? That WASP and Cloud Code. Hey, Sobek, it's just this is just Cloud Code. We save the window format and we put the what we're working on in the middle. But I do use WASP. I mean Warp, not WASP. I use let's see. How do I do this again? Option. There we go. We do use it for the like just running it because it's just a little nicer formatted. Warp, I meant to say, not WASP. Yeah. So Beck, was it you that recommended it originally? Can't remember. So it did not succeed at making it the full page. How come it still is aligned with the? What's the issue with why it can't cover the full page? We're thinking width 100%. You know what I mean? That wasn't you. Okay, someone did. So, okay, realistically, how much would we have to reformat to get this to work? Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. What do you guys think? Does this make sense? Well, I guess it does look a little weird now that I think about it. Why does it look weird? Oh. This is because this is not aligned, right? Hmm. Styling is hard. I don't really... I guess we align it. But I like it how it looks right now. I don't really like it when it is aligned. But I also don't think we should change... I don't think we should change it everywhere. Granted, this isn't aligned. Why does this look okay? That is confusing. I'm gonna ask. Understand. We have any designers here? Attach 2 images. Like I can tell it doesn't look right, but I don't understand why. How come okay, so in the portfolio, right, it doesn't line up, so it looks weird. But then we do the same thing in research, it doesn't line up, and it looks fine. What's the I'm trying to understand why it feels that way. Some design principle of this. I upgraded. I probably won't keep it long term. I did do the $200 one. It's a little crazy, but whatever. I just got tired of... I really like Cloud Code. It's an investment. That's how I see it. See? It works out. Just a suggestion. Yeah, Ricardo, that's exactly what I said earlier. So we're totally on the same wavelength here about how this should look. Ricardo, I feel like you have good product sense as well. Or at least on the same page as me. So I guess But as far as designing goes, I'm not very good at that. I don't understand a lot of things in terms of like how things should look. Research screenshot. What is it saying? The header line above it provides separation. There is a header line here. Strong. Oh, that could be. Maybe. Interesting. Yeah, let's try that. I mean, here's the thing, right? If we can tell that it doesn't look right, and it can help us figure out why it doesn't look right, that's a huge help to us, to me, right? I think I can tell when things don't look right, generally. Apparently, it has something to do with the visual weight. Conversation has more of a visual weight, so it's okay. It doesn't line up. But we'll see if. Oh yeah, see that works. Heck, isn't that weird? See now it looks. This should line up though. The positions with the line, but other than that, we're getting there. I think the graph should look a little bit more professional. I think right now it looks like a crypto Robinhood graph, something like this. So we need to like maybe change the colors a little bit. You know, obviously these buttons and stuff should be different. Okay, although now that I look at it, I'm not sure I like this still. Let's try again. I'm still not totally sold on it. Something about it, kind of weird looking. Can you help me identify why I don't like it? Hard, dude. Yeah, let's do option B. And I want you to make this page in terms of the graph and everything much more um, professional. I think right now it still has the crypto vibe. You're going to need to change the colors on the chart. But before I do that, I'm gonna wait because let's do option B. Also, let's do option C as well. Let's do both of those. Can you explain, give me the full in depth of what this does currently and make a little doc explaining in this folder what it can accomplish this, what we've built here? I see. So basically, this has built a bunch of like kind of hard coded questions into it that we might be interested in. So it's just like a bunch of basically example queries, right? I don't know. I don't know how useful that is, to be honest. Seems like an example folder. Yeah, that's kind of boring. I'll commit it, but just for as like a reference, what can you do? But create a new branch because I'm not solid on. The reason I do that is because like if we can't quite figure out the portfolio styling, I don't really want to save it. I'll just discard it all. But I also want to save my progress at the same time. Oh, okay. I think the add position did something for us. It looks visually a little better. So you gotta fix that. I think we can remove that for now. It doesn't really matter. Can you remove that taxable, button and any logic about that for now? Actually, we do kind of need it. We think. We kind of need it. But so that taxable button, it should only show if we're in portfolio performance. So, and you need to make sure to position it differently because it goes off the, off the edge. But definitely don't show it for asset performance when you're adding a position. Now let's reformat how this is for mobile. Granted, we're not done yet, but so mobile should probably show the chart top, the account. The positions are under. Oh, I'm gonna go grab a coffee. I'll be right back. Hey Shri, how's it going? Yeah. I think we got some good shorts. I haven't posted them yet, but um, I'll probably do it later today. Yeah, let's go ahead and start this config structure. I'll do another branch probably. Well, I will wait to start that until we've kind of built out our portfolio UI a little more. So how does this work exactly? This script, is it just like the window that's currently in focus or something? We'll go down to that. Like, let's say I try to run this Apple script, but I don't actually attach it to the hotkey. No, I don't want that version. So basically, I just where do I put this script to attach it to a hotkey? On the mobile version, the way this should look is like the account value should be at the top. Sorry, the account value should be at the top, the graph under it, and then the positions are under that. But I think on mobile, the account value should be much more condensed next to the graph. So you might need to make a new page. You could call it the mobile version. Yeah, probably don't try to make a bunch of weird stuff in the current page. So we just load one or the other. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna wait on that because I'm gonna finish our styling that we're gonna do on the web version, and then this will go much faster when we do convert it to mobile. So we start with this. We're still on a quest to make this look a lot more professional, but it's starting to come into place. General layout makes sense. So our general goal here is think sleek, corporate, professional. So the colors need to change on the graph. The graph itself looks a little bit too. What's the word? I mean, I don't know. Robin Hood. How would you describe the Robin Hood theme? Stylistically. Like, I'm not really going for bright colors. I think yeah, basically everything should be muted colors, more just more corporate. I can't think of another word besides that. I think I'm going to take my prompt here, find a goal, enhance this prompt, trying to create a prompt, capture my goal. Prompt. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. This is not a good enough prompt to achieve our goal here. There we go. Now we're getting all the I'm using Gemini 3 to come up with this. So the layout should remain the same. We like the layout, but the general colors and feel to it, you can even say the fonts should reflect the above. It's going a very green. Try to choose something different. Okay, let's assign this hotkey. Open Automator. Over here, document. I'm building this here. I'm gonna go grab the, put the script here. Okay. Let's see, click service. Okay. Okay, cool. Let's try it. Did it work? Hey, how's it going, Andre? Oh, sorry, I missed your. So the cybersecurity. Yeah, you do need to know some stuff about security, and you fix it. You don't just trust it and deploy it. How are things going? I am working on this. I'm fixing the style a little bit on this portfolio page in particular, making it a little more professional. I think we're gonna do a different color than this. I'm thinking more like a muted, kind of like a muted, maybe like a latte color, muted brownish instead of green. And now it looks too much like Fidelity or something. Right now I'm trying to set up an Apple script to run on a hotkey. I need to give it permissions. Add autometer. Yes, okay, this might work now. Try one more. Yeah, you working with all the terminal? Not all of them, no, usually two. Yeah, oh yeah, so what we did is we saved save the with iTerm, you can save the window structure, so now it's very easy. See, how does this look? I think it's still, oh, I finished. It's a little too brown, I would say. I think it went a little bit too much. May lighten it up a little bit. But this is getting closer to what I was thinking. I think we're getting there. Then we'll start working on the portfolio performance. Easy reference for how to use create a design JSON for the projects. We created a theme file. I think it's probably not a bad idea to maybe get a little bit more in depth as far as colors and everything like that. I think right now I'm still trying to, at first we were not getting the results we wanted with the portfolio page. But we looked at some samples and kind of got a layout first, and then we started with the colors. And I think that was a good process. Let's lighten it up quite a bit more, though. It's same general colors, but just lighter. Trying to figure out where this one is, the Automator Workflow Runner. I don't see Automator Workflow Runner. Where is that? Oh, it says that. There we go. I found it. All right, where do we get hammer spoon? This isn't quite what I meant by lighten it up. Kind of meant like brighter, you know what I mean? So instead of lighten it up, I kind of meant brighter, like a brighter color. You know what I mean? Yeah, easy reference, just colors. It's true. How much of this was implemented? Does it fully work end to end? All right, let me give Gemini 3 a shot here. So given that you've implemented this config, how are we going to set this up for our new data in... What would the config look like in this scenario? So do you remember our goals, how this is going to work? Reiterate it back to me, so same page. Hmm. Yeah, it's not like super readable. Yeah, I like the gray quite a bit better. Maybe some accents here and there. Where did you learn to vibe code? Just using the IDs and stuff. Talking. It's a good way to learn. But I was a programmer before, so it helps, you know. Can you change the colors of the chart as well? Also, do you think we should make the greens and reds a little more muted, or do you think it makes sense style-wise? I think you maybe misunderstood so you remember the deep research feature? We're going to be bringing in a lot of data, and the general structure is going to be user asks question, and it's going to be very similar to the pipeline for generating the data in the charts. But it's just going to be a little different in the sense that the user is the one creating the questions. But the main part is we're creating a config approach to this, config-based approach. So do you think it could support all the new data we've brought in, given this? How much code will we have to duplicate, if any? Ideally, it's just a adapter or something. A little too gray, maybe. Take a look at. Not research, it's a portfolio. Current goal is to change the color theme of this to match the color theme. Let's iterate together on a prompt to send you. The idea is trying to create something very professional. We do want kind of our own colors a little bit, but we're kind of thinking very corporate, professional. You can think of examples like interactive brokers. But our general idea is like we want our own unique color theme and look. The layout is good. We've decided on the layout. So, what do you think? Give us a series of ideas. Hey Kai, how's it going? What's up, dude? Yeah, yeah, like using some of these IDEs and stuff to learn is great. Nice. So it says so what we're gonna do, we made a huge code change as far as this config stuff. I don't know what it's doing here. Actually, doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, I'm just gonna discard this stuff. I think it maybe got confused. I'm gonna grab the plan from before. And we're gonna clear everything and try again. But I think first what we're gonna do is refactor this file. It's too big. It's probably causing part of the problem. I see. Need to. Cool. Sounds good, Cat. Yeah, we changed the colors here. Oh, looks. Oh no, looks kind of the same to me. Check here. Oh, I see. Proceed. Hear this song in my. Okay. That says it's completed. Let's take a look here. Actually pretty good. Yeah, I kind of vibe with it. Yeah, I kind of vibe with this. This is the best so far for sure. Yeah, I do actually like it. Very professional. Pretty legit. All right, cool. We finally got like a portfolio page, I think. It's not designed yet for mobile. Definitely Gemini 3 seems to be the way to go, or is design. Let's just remember that going forward. Because like we were iterating for a while, Gemini 3 gave us the result we wanted here. Okay, I'm gonna close anti-gravity now. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I'm gonna do the mobile part of it too while we're on this. Let's do the mobile part of this. Should be designed a similar way, but just know the general objective of a user is when they go to this page, they're probably going to be, you want to know their portfolio value and then the chart. But you should create a new page for this because it's going to have lots of like mobile specific logic. So just design the new page with the theme that you've created for this. I think I'm going to commit first, but I'm only going to commit not this, this. Let's see here. think I'm gonna discard this because I think I misunderstood some of the stuff. So here are our requirements for the next feature. We're bringing in a lot of data, as you can see in schema. Okay. Search data. Before we begin, Hmm. So we put like a, I'll just ask. We create like a schema, like this. I think we did like a structure of how this is where we need this file. Can you find it? We're trying to get the full schema, everything. Okay, we got the data structure.mt, so we're going to use that. The schema of this is here's the general plan, right? So right now, the way this works, our pipeline for creating charts, it goes question generated, then it goes to the question generated, then it goes to creating the scripts, and then it iterates on those scripts, and then it finally creates the charts. We want to create a pipeline that's more of a config oriented thing, so that way we can easily add more data. As you can see, we're about to add a lot more data, different types of data. And we want to allow the user to ask their own questions. And we want to make this maintainable because we're going to add a lot more data in the future. So we're going to need to be able to easily add a lot more types of data and schemas and all this. And we want to create this pipeline to be able to do 1 question or 10 questions, right? So in order to do this without duplicating a bunch of code, we have to do maybe more of a configuration sort of stuff. So start to build a plan to do this. We're not going to do it yet. Before I do that, we're going to refactor this file. When we refactor this file, the goal is to make it much smaller, break it up into parts, and give me a plan first. The reason is this file's too big, so it's going to cause problems in our iterations. But once we fix that, it'll be better. Can you explain this general structure? I see it a lot in these refactors, but I actually don't really fully understand it. Why do you like? Why do you need to do init pi and things like this for this refactor? I'm not really so familiar with some of that. Not really doing that kind of div. Package. That's what I was thinking, just separating the file. Is the only reason to do this package structure is just for the imports being simpler? Is that the only reason? Yeah, let's just do the file approach. I think that makes sense. And once that's done, then I will send this one, but I'll wait till it finishes. Oh, we got their mobile portfolio. Let's go check that out. That looks the same to me. How are you checking if it's a mobile device? I made my browser really small, but it didn't trigger. So what's your... How did you do it? Yep, let's go ahead and implement it. Sounds good. Yeah, let's see if it works. Oh, there. Hey, Anarchy, how's it going? We're making some changes. Our portfolio page. Doing a little refactor. How are you doing? I'm just waiting for a few things to generate. I can't really do anything at the moment because I'm kind of doing these refactors. I have this chat I'm going to send right when it finishes. But it's too high risk to do both at the same time. So I don't want to get in a weird situation. Pretty good. Looking forward to the weekend. Yeah, sounds good. Me too. I could do this hammer spoon thing. Oh, there's something we can do while we wait. I'll create a new thing. Because, like, we made this little Discord command for our Discord bot. But for some reason, it doesn't seem to have triggered. It's /coffee, so. That's right. And for some reason, my /coffee command still isn't working. You have any idea? Oh my gosh. I think we were attaching the wrong Discord bot file. Whole time. Let me check if that's the reason. Oh no, we weren't. Not the reason. Oh. It's actually not a bad thing. So take a look at the /coffee command. It doesn't seem to be working. We waited some hours, so something's going on here. It should work the exact same way as the /break, right? I mean, there's really not a lot of difference between these two, so I don't really know why it wouldn't work. I need to restart it depending on the situation. Let me look again. Yeah, I gotta restart it. I don't know. Maybe anti-gravity is slow. It's still running. Anti-gravity, yeah. I like it though. It's just. Tell me more about that Discord bot. Sure. Umbrella agents give me anxiety. Yeah. I kind of got a strategy about it. But yeah, you're right. I mean, if you run it on the same stuff, you get pretty messy. Careful. The Discord bot, I'll show you. The way it works is I just put like what I'm working on here. I mean, it does a few things. Like we've made it so it sends all my commits to here. And it also sends it to, I'll show you, to a feed that looks like this. And we bring this feed into the stream, and it also sends it to, what was it, /project or something? /working. Not really sure why it's not coming up, but it's on the stream. Let me check what the actual link is. One second. It's /working. Just doesn't render for some reason. I don't know why. If the 2 version. Sure. That means. So let's see. Did anti-gravity finish? There's a bug that it introduced with the mobile. It's still running. Oh, I have to accept this command. That's why. Yeah, that's fine. Sure. Sure. How much work was the Discord bot? Actually, it was really fast. We did it on stream. Oh, well, you mean all the features of the Discord bot? Probably. No, I think the biggest effort is just setting it up. You have to go get the. I made a video on it, but it's a bit long video. But yeah, the biggest effort is just going to the Discord API docs and then like doing all this stuff. It's kind of confusing the way they set it up. Like I had to ask a lot of questions, but I just asked Gemini, and then eventually, yeah, it's set up and got the keys and everything. And then it's just a matter of just like asking the well, and then you have to deploy it. Okay, so there is a little bit of work, right? Like you got to do the Discord thing, then you have to deploy it, which means that you need to get the keys and everything. So collectively, probably like call it for everything, maybe 4 hours work. Yeah. But we did most of the work a while ago. So once you have it set up, then it's easy going. You can add new commands and everything. Yeah, it was kind of annoying. And it's not like, fun stuff. It's just like stupid docs that are not really clear, in my opinion. Let's see here. This is done. Okay, I'm gonna reload the page. Okay. I'm just gonna restart it because sometimes it just gets in a weird state. When there's an error. This. I just started using warp, so I'm trying to figure out how do I close without actually close the process, because then you start it up again, it goes to a new port. So when I do just ask, maybe it knows. In warp, when you're closing a terminal, how do you make sure it closes the process? Doesn't just suspend it. Okay, I got it. Never mind. You do Command W. I don't understand. How is that not a project in here? Oh, we're already in here. Yeah. Okay. I started the wrong one. We closed the front end. So. Okay, we're good now. Oh, maybe it'll work. We'll see. Okay, so it's loading. Let's go to portfolio. Cool. So I'm going to do it over here. Oh, I finished the refactor. That's good. I'm going to commit that. Just discard this. Oh, weird. This over here. Okay, we're gonna install this. Eh. Sorry, I meant the slash working command. Now the slash working command's working great. Can we just implement it the same way as slash coffee? Whatever happened here, I'm not really sure. Maybe it's related to the timer or something. Yeah. The git stuff is probably the... Otherwise you just get in a hole, you know? Like, without being able to create these checkpoints, I guess. Actually, I think Cloud Code has like a checkpoint thing, like a rewind, but you know, when you have like a multiple windows open, that doesn't work. Is there any simpler way we can maybe do this? Well, actually, no, Discord's not even recognizing the slash coffee question. So something is fundamentally different. I don't know what it is exactly. Look at this. No. Hear this. Look at this. At this. Oh, where are we? We're doing this kind of like weird redirect if it's a mobile. I was kind of thinking like more that we would just like have something, you know, load the different component or whatever instead of this redirect. You agree, right? This doesn't really make sense. Hammer spoon. I don't understand. Where's the menu bar icon? I gotta open it again. Oh, there we go. Nice. I think it works maybe. That was easy. Menu bar icon. What is that? Interesting. Just close it, reopen it. And option C. Where's the reload config? I want to see the menu bar icon. Yeah, we redeployed, so it should have restarted. Yeah, but this file will be like gigantic if there's lots of changes. I mean, why don't we just make a hook, right? Make a hook, take out the logic, and etc. Yeah, exactly. Wait. Why would we need to delete the mobile portfolio T6 again? Yeah, okay, let's just do it. Yeah, let's do it. Fine. The heck, bro. And plus doesn't work. Oh, there we go. Accessibility not enabled. Yes, it is. Is there any command I can run just to do it? Because I don't see any hammer or anything like this. No, there's no error. So actually, it's neither /back nor /coffee, only /working. My guess is it's something related to like you're only able to register one command somehow. I don't know what that would be though. Yay! Haha! Haha! Nice. Okay, great. Let's. How can I modify the script? Now I need to actually set the right location and everything. I'm gonna make a ton of these different types of scripts. Where do I run that command that you've given me? Do I put it in the actual terminal, or you want me to put it in the or like the hammer spoon thing? Getting the exact positions. Are these different? They're different. Yay! That's kind of cool, right? No matter where my window is, it comes exactly where it is. I'm gonna do that with everything. My windows will just be teleporting everywhere. Okay, let's do it. Okay, make the hotkey. Okay, we're gonna make a new hotkey. This hotkey is going to be could we create a hotkey to create a new hotkey, if that makes sense? Given the so it's like I press the hotkey, it records the current window position, and then it creates another hotkey under command option 2, command option 3, etc. Does that make sense? So we're like recording the window position, and then it automatically makes a new one. Wait, Loki, what if we make this a little app, little Mac app? Just like wait, that actually worked. That was easy. Wow, it actually worked instantly. Okay, we're gonna try this. So command option R. Okay, I'm gonna move this over here. And option R. Option R. Check it out. That's kind of cool, right? All right. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab another coffee, and then we will continue. Continue the. I'm kind of wondering if this exists already. Once again, 5. Okay. I want like a big version. I'm not too. That's awesome. Fun. This is really cool. Are there any Mac apps that do this? Like, could we make one that's kind of like just a very simple package of this? Would there be competitors? I imagine there will be. I unfortunately can't see these logs because it requires premium. Is there any other way we can figure this out? Like, for example, if we just remove the timer, would that, is this probably what it is? Seriously? This doesn't exist? That's insane. Guys, what if we just make this? I think I might do it. It's so simple and it's very nice. Oop. Shh. Like, I'm gonna use this all the time. So I'm kind of surprised it doesn't exist. I guess I'm just struggling to understand, like, why doesn't this exist? Am I not understanding something? Are you sure it's better? Give me the layout, like what can people actually accomplish what I just did? How would they do it? How much would they have to pay to accomplish? Okay, so I already have a App Store account. realistically, what's going to be our process here? I would like to potentially get on the macOS store, right? That's probably the main pathway for this, something as simple as this. I see, I see. Okay, I knew there was a catch. So this is likely why it doesn't exist, right? Is just because of this reason. Hey Lita, how's it going? Pretty good. Check it out. I just made this cool little script. It can like teleport windows everywhere. I was thinking about making it a Mac OS app, but I realized that the reason it doesn't exist is Apple doesn't really allow this kind of thing because of the permissions. 'Cause I was about to make it. I was like, but yeah, the Prism research is going well. We're making good progress, I would say, every day. So currently, is this you hook this up everything with today's brief? So if I run today's brief, it's going to go through this config layer and everything. Oh no, it hasn't actually implemented it. So the first, so I say implement this, but only do with the today's brief. Hook it up with that. We're not going to hook up all the data quite yet. Okay, they got the mobile. Let's see if it works. Let's be the question. Interesting. Turned it to dark mode for some reason. Looks okay. A little strange, but probably gonna ask you to redesign the mobile part. Can you go ahead and redesign the mobile part? It's in dark mode. It should be no, it should be similar to the web page, but it should be like, you have your portfolio value on top, you got the chart, and then you have the positions underneath. The problem though is that it's kind of all janky, like the button is and overlapping stuff, and just try to redesign it so it works. We use Gemini for that, so I'm just going to use Cloud Code to fix the formatting. I guess check, is there any open source of these Lua scripts? I guess they're really small, right? So like took us like 5 seconds to make it, so. I'm comfortable running this one because it's not going to modify the portfolio page at all. So why is it dark mode? Don't make it dark mode a mobile. Also, it's still really bad. So um, totally just, you know, redesign everything. Also, yeah, just totally from the ground up redesign this. Is there any other method of distribution that this could potentially work for? I mean, there's no way, right? We can get in the macOS store using this process. Yeah, sure. Let's just open source it. Make a little repo. Oh, much better. So weird, but much better. The header's gone for some reason. Don't have that weird allocation thing at the bottom. Also, the holdings, you see how wacky that looks? Also, make sure to have the header. Why would we not have that? Yeah, sure. Let's go ahead and run that. Also, can you add the command option 0 for me too? I want to try it. GH is a command. Not a command I know. Cool. Watch this, guys. Cool. All right, here we go. R. Cool. All right. That's cool. All right, let's go ahead and I'll just make this repo here. We're open sourcing a cool tool to just like create to do what I just did there, where you create positions and can very easily switch them around. It doesn't exist. We could not find it, at least. Probably does somewhere though. You can do it with some tools like we just did, but we're open sourcing it for all the world. It's not very hard to make, but it's kind of fun. Order. Okay, what am I doing? I'm gonna put in a little demo. This is our little video. We're gonna turn it into a GIF. Just make a little script, turn it into a GIF. Cut out the middle part probably. So I'm gonna put this in the project. Just to turn into the GIF though, or delete it after. Okay, I want you to create a README and go ahead and take the video here. Let's turn it into a GIF, cut out the first 4 seconds using, and that's going to be embedded in the README at the top. All right, now we're going to test the the new changes we made with the pipeline. See if it works. Made a lot of stuff, a lot of configs. Interesting. Oh, this is going to be a lot of fun. This is going to be way better than what we were doing. Now, whether it works or not is going to be another story. But it's much easier to read this format. So to explain what we're doing here, because I think there's some people joining, we made it a more config-oriented approach, and what that means is like the way that we generate the charts and structure the data, and it's going to be just this like text where you come in and you modify it, and that we're doing that so that way when we add lots more data, which we're about to do, we can just add more of these files, and it's very maintainable. We can grow it, be very large without changing any code, right? Just a bunch of text. So it's a much better way to do this. Originally, we were, just building it out, but this is more maintainable for the long term. But with that said, we have to make sure it works and everything. So in order to make sure it works, I'm going to regenerate in fact, it's a perfect time. We're getting close to the end of the day. I'm going to generate today's brief, and we're going to see if it's going to work with the new pipeline. Did you go ahead and hook this up? Everything should work for generating a new brief. So it says everything's hooked up, so we will see what happens. If it works, I'll be pretty stoked, because then we can accomplish this next goal, which is I'll show you. Here, we're going to integrate all of our new data, and then we'll be able to ask really cool questions in our tab and generate even more charts on new data. And we will tweet them. Cool. We're getting a few retweets on our charts. Bad to start. Cool. Is there any way I can make a script? Okay, so when I do command tab, right? With hammer spoon, can I make a tab, make a thing so if I do command tab, it always forces it open, so I don't have to do command option if it's hidden, because that's really annoying. That'd be really cool if it just automatically unhid it. I think that's a word. Unhid. Oh, Whisperflow caught it. Must be a word. Oh, don't want to do that. Cool, that worked. Looks great. I gotta look at the repo. It looks like this, our new repo. Nice, okay, we just got our new brief. Let's check it out. See if we got anything interesting today. I'm testing this out. That's not a great user experience. It does not specify the date of the report. If user asks a question and we don't know, we should search it up, right? Well, I will save this, but got some new charts. We're asking a bit too many questions about NVIDIA, but I suppose people care about NVIDIA, so that's kind of fun. Cool. I'm gonna tweet one of these. Pretty good. Well, that's fun. Sweet. Begin. that a hotkey for Safari or something? What? For some reason it keeps getting deleted. So that's a bug. Let's fix it. I had to reset it again. You know why? How come after a while it tends to reset? Like, and I'll have to record the windows again. Is it not stored somewhere, or how does this work? Oh, cool. That's perfect. Can you make sure to update that in the project, the open source project as well?
No, no, love doesn't fade just because you walked away. You closed the door, said it's done, but I'm still here stuck in that last hug. You say it's better this way, that time will wash it away. But every street, every light I pass, you come back like the past. And it hurts, it rips me in two. It holds me, breaks me, and whispers you. I breathe you in every sound, even silence brings you back around. Still feel you, feel you, feel you, even though you're gone deep inside.
There's a lot of stuff in here. I don't know about all of this. Did work though, so that's good, I guess. A little bit complicated. Hmm. I guess my question is, how does this work? Give me the rundown. Are we using all the same LLM service prompts and everything? really amazing. Amazing stuff we got here. All right, let's go ahead and implement. Here's our data. We're going to implement the feature of, the deep research tool. It should allow the user to ask a question, and we are going to use this data to answer it. It's basically, we're passing this. Once the LM comes back and says we're going to call the deep research tool, we need to pass, the schema of, right. So, okay, there's one thing. So take a look at the deep research tool, right? So if you've changed all the things you said you've changed, right? The deep research tool is going to work a little bit differently. And this is the exact scenario that we're talking about, that the individual is asking one question, right? So this is a perfect test to see if the pipeline will work for this, right? User's asking one question. We're going to send that through the pipeline, do the validation, etc. Test this out, see if it's an easy change or not. The reason this is a good test is because we can see when we hook up future data how this is going to be, right? Right, GPT 5.2. I really like Cloud Code. But let me look at GPT 5.2. Did it just come out or something? 2 hours ago? Yeah. It's not a bad idea. Let's see, can I get it on... maybe Cursor already has it. Might be worth a shot. Checking for updates on Cursor. Yeah, it just came out. Yeah, worth a shot, right? Oh, we got an update. Hey guys, check this out if you haven't already seen it. This cool little thing. Anyways. The moving of the windows. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what this one over here does. Did you see that, Kai? That's pretty cool, right? I mean, again, freaking so fast. We open sourced it, so if anyone wants to add this, it's really easy. You can just record a window. You do Command Option R, and then you can. There was nothing else that we found like it. You'd have to do some work, but now it's to yeah, maybe. Anyways, see, do we have the update yet? Restart to update. Great, okay, so we're gonna test it, the new deep research tool with the new pipeline that we've made. I'm gonna ask. Okay, while that's doing that, let's oh yeah, 5.2 right here. You look it up if it's actually good. It says the model is better at creating spreadsheets, building presentations, perceiving images. But let's go ahead and look on Chat Arena. Looks like it's not here yet. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's right behind Cloud Opus. The preliminary rating, though. We'll try a few things, just for fun, just for an experiment. I'm gonna test something first, though. Oh, let's see what this. Weird. Weird results. I'm gonna. Well, I think part of the reason is we haven't added the new data. That's why. But it kind of worked. So we're gonna add the new data, then we're gonna ask the question again. See if it works with the. Oh, that's a pretty simple change to do. Why is it adding spaces? Let's go ahead and add in the new data. So you see in I always forget what it's called. Oh, guys, we're gonna fix the command tab thing in macOS too, using this. So it still doesn't quite like. The problem is I have to do command option to like force unhide it whenever I do command tab, but I just wanted to force it every time. All right, that's no longer using this. That's the new command. We'll see if that works. It's called research data. Before we continue, do you have the schema for this already somewhere? Test. Oh. Nice, it worked. We fixed it. My Alt Tab forces it open now, even if it's hidden. Yay, it's fun. Oh, a little something happened. Oh, I see. It's even bringing everything to the front, which I like that too. It's cool. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and open source this one too. So it's going to be called Force Alt Tab to work on macOS. Actually, let's make. Does this already exist? It's already open sourced because. Do we already have the schema for this and everything that you know how to use it? Answer that question first before we continue. Sorry guys, I'm not using GPT 5.2 right now. I just kind of want to finish what we're doing for today first, and then we'll experiment. We should be done probably in about 30 minutes or so, and then I'll test it out. Oh, there's already discussion about it. Huh. This is fun. We're like solving problems that... Exactly. Okay, cool. I'm gonna push that as well. Okay, where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, did it already create it? I'm gonna make a little video. So if you guys are wondering what's my objective, why am I publishing these open source libraries that fix these problems? Or not libraries, just little scripts here. I think my objective is like, I know this stuff gets indexed and like people will see it in the future. And I like the idea of that. People are like, yes, this is how I do it and how I fix this annoying problem. I'll make a little video. Yeah. I went and attached a video I want you to use. So then I use a library and turn it into a GIF because we can't put videos in the README. And once we do that, we publish it. And let's see if this other part is done. So do you think this data would work with the data pipeline you built? Can we, what would be our strategy to make this work with the deep dive? Do you think it would just be a plug and play? That was kind of the objective with the config approach. Well, here's the thing, right? So what you need to understand is like the way this data is going to be stored is like every day we're running this and we're going to build a huge collection. So in some ways, it's very similar to the backtest stuff, right? What's the difference? Because every day there's another data point. Yeah, exactly. Right now, I guess we just have one data point, right? So if we tried to do this, it probably wouldn't work very well, right? Like it can't really build its chart from one data point. I'm kind of thinking like, what if we hook everything up for now though? Like we can maybe add some logic that if the data we're using to answer this is less than 30 points or whatever, right? Because we're gonna add a lot more data like this in the future. then it's more just like answering the question without a chart. So you skip that last step of creating the chart, the back testing, and it's more like just answering the question based on the data. Like you're still querying the data. And it's kind of like you're just querying the data, right? And you're answering the question. You can use like 20 points or something. But as soon as it starts to get like 30 points, 60 points, 90 points, then you can start building some charts. How much of a change do you think this would be? Let's plan it first. We added our demo. Let's take a look. I'm gonna check it out. Oh, this is what it looks like. Cool. I'll try the edit flash coffee command. Let's see if it works now. We've kind of been trying to get it to work the whole day. It still doesn't. Jesus. Hmm. Could be the issue. Let me look at the logs. Maybe I can find it. And how do we figure out which data to use, though? So the user asks a question, right? We have lots of data. How do we figure out how to answer the question? Like we have the schema, we have the tools. So can you explain the full flow of this? It's like the LLMs decides, hey, we have this data, let's use it. But then we find, oh, there's less than 30 data points. Okay, we'll just query and tell them. If there's more than 30 data points, then we give them a chart. Okay, the first part, sees the dig. Yes. Oh, that's perfect. Yep. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's going to be great. Okay, this is super cool. One more question. If we ask currently, comparing two apps or whatever, right? Will we be able to do this with our current approach, right? We're building a really interesting thing, in my opinion. We will see what it does once we try to implement it. I think this makes sense. Let's go ahead and implement what you've said. Before I do that, though, I'm going to commit. And today's so quiet. I don't understand. Weird. Now, for the Lewis script that records the windows, did you make sure to save it, all of them? Because I think it just saved the first one. So like, or like when I do command option like 3 or 4, it's like changing focus of the window, but it's not actually moving the window for some reason. Maybe I just got to do it one more time. Either read that or reload the thing. Google also added ETS model inside. Oh, nice. That's cool, Kai. I don't know what I'll use it for yet, though. What, are you going to use it for anything? Or? Do I maybe need to refresh Hammer Spoon based on your changes? Okay, look now. Is it there? Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Is it updating the data itself? Oh, this is just the config. Yeah, go ahead and check again. Nice, it's saved. This is good. Awesome. Let's go ahead and update the open source repo as well with this fix. But yeah, let's do something. Let's go ahead and create a limit on how many conversations a user can create. Maybe the max is 50, or maybe we can make it 100. Wait, no one's doing anything too crazy. Ah, we'll do it. We'll do 500. Okay, let's try this out. So if I ask this question now, should get some interesting results. We will see. But that's taken a while. At least it didn't error out, probably. I'm just testing it out because I think we finally fixed that thing with the. Somehow it chose the wrong. This is what happened. What do you think? Where do you think we went wrong in the pipeline? I guess it went to the backtesting section. What do you think? If so, how do you think this happened? That makes sense. I mean, I guess the general idea is like someone mentions a company that's on the app rankings. We should probably use the app rankings data. You know what I mean? I mean, granted, it's not 100%, right? But it's like, I think we need to make a. Don't you agree? It's like we put in the LLM, hey, if they mention a company that's in our data set for app rankings, most likely we're choosing app rankings, unless it's a particular kind of question where they're asking relative to like macroeconomic stuff or, they're asking about other data, right? In which case we have to make a judgment call about which to choose. But, it's not like totally clear. Can you tell me, firstly, what was the LLM prompt that led us to choose this, you think? The wrong one. Routing stuff. Yeah, that makes some sense. I think that makes sense. Yeah, let's do that. Let's add this routing step. Maybe we can make the routing step a separate file, just so we have the prompt for that in a separate place. So, okay, we have a problem with our Discord bot still. Try to understand what is going on. Okay, let's try this. Moment of truth. So we're integrating our new data. Let's see if it does what we need to do with it. Nice. That's cool. Oh, cool. And it keeps running the deep research every time. That's what I wanted. So let's see if it answers this. We have to remove this section here. But overall. So what is it doing? It's querying the data set we've kind of built over the last day. Yeah, that's true. That's awesome. It's able to figure out. That's so cool. When to call the tool. I don't even need to say like a keyword or anything. Hey, Gremlin. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm gonna try it soon. I think we're almost done with this. So we just gotta format this better. Go ahead and just a few things here. Looks pretty good. The only thing is, let's try to format this better. Remember, it's can come back in this MD format, so we have to do the same formatting we normally do. And go ahead and remove that. You know, if we do routes to the queries, instead of the backtesting, we should remove that historical occurrences text. Include Grok in the feedback. It has Twitter sentiment you see, like live. let's see. I'm not understanding. Yes, I need more information. Talk in the feedback. Sure. Wait, oh wait, are you saying in the live stream have Grok, like you can tag it or something? Oh, and Gremlin, check this out. Cool. Built a little thing to move the things around the right places. I'm gonna try without deep research next. I don't think we even need this to call the tool. It's kind of figures it out automatically. Cool. Oh, I see what you're saying. We can. Oh yeah. I think it's worth a shot, right? So take a look at this. The historical occurrences didn't go away. Also, based on my question, right? Are the most recent reviews positive? Positive. We should have been building a. We should have been building a query to answer that. We do have the answers. My question here is, are we using the Flash model to answer this? Is that why? Or is it because we haven't sent the schema that has the information to choose? That makes sense. It's fixed makes sense to me. Yeah, go ahead and fix the front end too. Yeah, yeah. So Gremlin, I think you're saying for this analysis that I'm doing to add grok as well to see how well it does for the sentiment. Is that kind of what you're saying? Definitely worth to experiment the different models. Okay, cool. Yeah, I agree. I don't think we can answer that question yet, right? Wait, can we? I can't remember. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is broken. We have to be a little careful. I know this one definitely works, so we're gonna run that. No, what the heck? Why did that happen? Gotta run it again. This one. So will everything work on this page? I'll show you. Based on these pipeline changes here. Did we break anything here? Hey, JMD, how's it going? Excuse me. All right, let's see if this worked. Okay, cool. We did break this. But we did generate the script at least. Cool. Thanks, JMD. I know it's really slow at the moment. It's because we have to. We're gonna move it to. I'm gonna move it to EC2 probably tonight or tomorrow. Just render kind of sucks. Even if you upgrade to the starter, it still cold starts, so it's really slow. Yep. So we'll add the integration for sure. That's probably gonna be the last step, but yeah. We're just gonna use Plaid. Pretty simple stuff. We're just probably gonna store like just the positions, probably nothing else. Positions and when it was bought, and then you can track it. Keep track of all the positions there. And it will automatically update and stuff. I want to rethink the so the deep dive feature should also allow users to ask questions like this. Right, so there's three components to this. There's like they're asking some like macroeconomic stuff. They're asking certain types of comparisons between two companies. And then the third is that they're asking like specific data that we have. So we've kind of done like the two of those, but you know, the experiment we've created here, we need to kind of integrate into our pipeline. We go ahead and commit before I make any other changes. Sync was the main feature that stuck out. The insights are a bit wordy. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, thanks for the feedback, actually. So I think you're right. Like maybe show more charts. Less like maybe keep it like just a sentence or two, maybe like the explanation for the charts. And we could maybe generate more of them. Because right now we only do 3. Maybe make 5 and then okay, and the long-term thing is it's not just going to give you those charts you saw, it'll give you charts about your positions too. And I'll show you right now we're working on the company specific data. So we have like a lot of app data now from Google Play Store, so you can ask directly. For example, you're asking like, how is Instagram rankings doing? And we're going to collect this data every day. And we're going to integrate this into the brief as well. So yeah, exactly. Yeah. But that's definitely what we're doing right now. Like spend a lot of time trying to get data and we're pulling in lots of data and then we're going to show every day like cool updates on what, for example, now we have all the recent reviews. We're getting the 1,000 recent reviews on 60 companies. And we can do cross comparisons between the different companies. I can like give you an update every day on how what were the recent complaints from the reviews and things like this. So based on the current snapshot, Instagram, massive scale of mixed user sentiment. Right, and so maybe something about this, you see Messenger actually is doing better recently than. But the cool thing about this also is that every day we're building more data, like because we're running this script every day and collecting all this stuff. So over time, we'll be able to build charts. We can't build any charts yet because we only have like 2 data points because we have only run it for 2 days. But, we maybe will use some like API to backfill some. I don't really want to wait like a year to have enough data. Yeah, but thanks for the feedback. I think you're right. Probably a little too wordy. Some of those questions. I think before I send that though, I just ran this question and it must have got some error. It's probably just some error with the script, I bet. I'm just gonna double check. Cool, thanks, man. Yeah. There are definitely a lot of. We got no data found for this, for running this. 2 questions. Do we do any iterative generating of the code, or is this just like purely test stuff? And number 2, error with the script. And then once that we figure that out, we'll run this and try to get everything together, including this into that deep dive tool. We don't have this in the data set. Can you explain why don't we have these two? What is our current data catalog? Can you tell me? Why do we even need a data catalog? I mean, can't we just use Y Finance and grab the right companies? Like, what's the point of this exactly again? We did this for a reason, but I can't really remember. Oh, I see. Yeah, can we just load in more data then? Let's do that. Where are we saving this data again? Hey, show codes. How's it going? We're coding. Checking that works. Still works. Did you actually load in the data or did you just put it in the text files? Yeah, also let's not let's not have a cache, for now we're just gonna like load directly from the file. It's because it can be buggy. We'll we'll add it later. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to actually like store the data. So go through and store all this data in some file, some JSON file. Look at how we're storing. We're gonna do something very similar. Like we'll have a schema. Make sure to create that schema file. So we're gonna pass that in. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna run this, probably like every once in a while to refresh it. So you're gonna build the scripts to grab the data, and you're going to create all the data, and that's what we're going to use for this Deep Insights page. We're not going to cache anything at all. Hey, sorry, I missed your message there. Is that a Trading Insights app? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we've added here. We got, I'll show you what our brief looks like today. This is like the main page. You got like portfolio insights, AI portfolio. They'll give you like make it full so you can see it a little better. Gives you your day's performance. It saves every day, so you can go and look at the prior days. Got some news headlines. Or this is AI analysis of your portfolio, bunch of ideas and stuff. This is the premium feature. Every day it comes up with some charts, cool things to look at. Here's another one. And you can go into like let's say you have a question, you can send these charts to chat. So you're like, what the hell does this mean? You can send a chat, talk with the AI about it. What does this mean for your portfolio? Because it has all the context of your portfolio. And it knows the kind of investor you are. We autofill this for you based on your portfolio that you enter. And this is the portfolio page. We worked on the UI a bit today. I like it a lot better now. It looks a lot cleaner. I actually really like it a lot better. I'm happy about that. And you're going to add all the positions you have here. And yeah, that's it. And right now we're working on really deeper level questions. We're getting there. We're almost there. We got a bunch of data coming in. And when you go into this page, there's tool calls, and one of the tools is deep research. And that's when you can really start asking detailed questions about, and we're going to answer that with the data that we are collecting. Build charts. Thanks, Sheil. I haven't tried GPT 5.2 yet, sorry. Maybe I should. What tests can I run on it though? Maybe I guess what I'm doing right now. But I don't really want to screw it up, I guess. But maybe I could do some like UI tests or something. Let's see what's happening exactly. Oh, it's saving all the files. We're just loading in some sample files. I hope I didn't grab too much data, otherwise we're going to be rate limited. Okay, cool. Now that we've brought in the data, so here's all the data we have thus far. Schema. So how can we build this in a robust way, because we're adding new data, right? And we want to have the router route the deep dive question to the right data set, right? So let's think about this, right? How we're going to achieve this. Yeah, that's true. I meant Y finance though, but I think Y finance is really generous, so I think we're probably good. I don't think we should do any manual parsing. That doesn't sound very good. I was thinking more like the router, I guess you'd call it like an LLM router, We already have it, sort of, so go look at that file. Okay, another component that will improve the performance is for the deep dive, we don't use the flash model. Like it's supposed to be a good result. So that's like what they're paying the big bucks for. Switch the model. Dockerize it. Yes, I think you're probably right at some point, but we are gonna put on EC2 probably tomorrow because it's just so slow. All right, so the next thing we want to do is for the deep dive, we should switch the model to Gemini 2.5 Pro instead of Flash. So what does that mean exactly? The run deep research, was that the router that you just switched to 2.5 Pro? Okay, let's try a question. This will be interesting. I'm gonna first try one of our questions about, well, one thing at a time. I'm gonna retest that this works because it should now that we loaded in the data. I'll ask first. Did you make sure on that we now load in the new data that we have just collected instead of calling Y Finance? Let's before you code this, just make sure everything makes sense, right? We collected the right data to answer these questions, et cetera, so we don't change this for no reason. Oh yeah. It's true, Gremlin. We finally added that. A little. I can update it really easily. I just do a command in the chat. It's kind of nice. Granted, I noticed today a lot less viewers. Maybe they just saw we answered their questions so quick about what we're working on. They're like, "Oh, bye." Just join and leave or something. I think it's. I don't really know. How weird. Strategically keep them here. Don't answer the questions. Oh, I'm joking. Great. Okay. Great. So it seems like it works. Let's go ahead and run the experiment. And while it does that, I'm also going to run a question. If I ask this question, it should get the same results roughly. We're going to test all the types of questions you can ask. What libraries are you using for the LLM stuff, by the way? I'm just using Cloud Code. I'm using Opus 4.5. Yeah, exactly. It's a community. No, I'm not too worried about it, honestly. Oh, nice, it worked. But I think it might be used the wrong chart. I don't think this is not the correlation chart. Maybe try to figure that one out. So it appears to have selected the wrong chart. Can we try to figure out why? Actually, you know what? It appears to have selected the wrong chart, but one thing I'm thinking about this page, we're not actually going through our pipeline we created, right? Maybe we should just go through the pipeline that now we have, rather than this weird like endpoint we created for this. The reason is that it's going to be different results than for the user. So the admin won't realize that the charts are different. Oh, hey, look it. Oh, nope. This one also selected the wrong chart. But the positive thing is that well, the positive thing is it did run an analysis between the two companies, but did not do exactly the right thing. So we'll try to figure out why. But I guess while it waits, I will do the other type of deep research question to see if that one looks better. Oh, for the app. Oh, for the app, we're using so we're using Python Flask. We're using some matplotlib for the screenshots for the charts. We're using other stuff. Let me just pull it up. I'm by Y Finance, that's right. This is for the tweeting, Firebase, Stripe. This is for our tests, PyTest. For the front end, it's just TypeScript and Tailwind, CSS and stuff for the styling. Oh, I have to run this again because when the code changes. I think it's going to be the same result probably. Oh no, this is a different question, but we just saved the screenshot. I go grab that of the recent situation. This is what we got. Take a look at what has happened here. I mean, it looks like we did run the backtest luckily on the right companies, so that's good. But something went wrong as far as like selecting the chart type and the kind of backtest that we're running. What do you think happened here? 14 bucks per million? Jesus. Oh, JMD, sorry, I misread your question. Yeah. You were asking for the stack. You were asking just for what library? For the chat. Sorry. Sometimes I read quickly and then I... Okay. That sounds like it might work. I should stop editing the code while I... So if that triggers... Oh, see, it's triggering the deep dive automatically. I like that. It was able to figure out which tool to call based on my question. So that's kind of cool, right? Like, it didn't forward it to the LLM. Oh, it did for the routing, but then it we start our more advanced analysis. Hopefully this works, that'd be cool. And then we'll try the third one. And you should be able to save your charts. I guess you can save it in the conversation here. Yeah. Google Gen AI is pretty good. Okay. Not quite. Feel like we're getting closer. As you can see, it's still doing this kind of chart instead of the rolling correlation chart. What do you think happened here? So do you think What, at what stage are we choosing the chart? It's not, so we go obviously the router chose the right tool and we have the right question. So somehow at some point we chose the wrong chart type, right? That's probably what happened. Oh, it's hard coded. Nice. That's an easy fix. Okay, let's try it again. Might work. Oh. Oh, but there's improvement. Look, it's actually... Okay, never mind. I think I understand. It's using this somewhere along the way. We're probably hard coding it in other places or something. I feel like if it chose the right chart type, it would work. Like the same issue. Oh, I see what happened. The LLM interpreted when is it broken down to a different chart type because that's like an event. It's saying that has happened, what were the forward returns? But instead, let's just ask this question because we asked two questions. That's the problem, right? We can't do two questions. We have not made it capable of such a thing. So obviously, like, we have to make this a little more flexible, or at least, at least tell the user how this works. Can't ask like 3 questions to call this tool, right? Or somehow we answer both. We'll see if this works though. hard coded this question. I hope not. So I asked the first question, but it appears to have. Are we hard coding these questions in? Because that's definitely not what we'd want to do. Like, why did it add? When has it broken down? A little suspicious. I see what happened. It hard coded some examples, which this happens to be one of the examples. So in theory, will this help it choose the right chart now that you've done this? Okay, try one more time. Might require a little more in-depth understanding what has happened. Oh, I see. Yeah, take a look at the deep, because, okay, so before we change this section, it used to call an endpoint that actually did do like correlation stuff based on the data. So take a look at that first. Could we potentially add that in? Just the stuff that, because we tested it before that worked. So we recently changed it to be the pipeline, but before that, the reason why it does this is that new thing we created, new pipeline that we created, only does the these forward return type questions. We have to bring in. But the good news is we already have built the stuff to do all this stuff because we tested it the other day. So worst case scenario, we just go figure out what we changed, bring it into the new section. And I think that would be all we need to do. And that would work. My usage for today, out of curiosity. Oh wow. What's going on here? Cloud code working for you guys? Mine is having some internet issues. Might be dead. Tropic. Interesting. Yeah, I can't connect anymore. My internet's fine considering streaming. At least I think I'm streaming. Check. Oh, nice. There. No, I know we have it somewhere because we've already done it before. But we definitely do have some correlation computation somewhere. Unless we removed it when we possible. I'll have to go look in the commits. I don't really see much removing going on here. Mostly just adding things. Adding the histogram. Well, I suppose it's maybe a good test for GPT 5.2. Pretty sure we do have this somewhere, so let's see if it can find it. Maybe copy all this stuff so it kind of knows what we're talking about. The above is just some conversation context, but basically it's like we have some correlation, like calculating rolling correlation charts and data from this page here. We used to, right? Like we recently kind of are hooking it up to a new pipeline, but it used to run on a different endpoint, run an experiment or something. So go ahead and look through that. We should have some stuff for that somewhere. Try to find it. GPT 5.2. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, it's oh yeah, let's use this for a while. It seems to be pretty good. Take a look at all of our questions in. What are we missing in terms of currently from our execution engine? What are we missing to answer? Oh, I don't really want it to stop. Wait, didn't. Are we missing in terms to answer all questions? Sounds like now we only have like forward return type questions. Is that correct? So list all the things that we're missing. Weird, we definitely did have it because I remember perfectly we generated that chart. So somewhere along the way, probably when the last few commits I somehow deleted something. I'm gonna look at. Yeah, it's got to be in this commit. It's like when we refactored. Yeah, this commit. I'm gotta be. Not really much deleted though, I gotta say. Charts. This one. I just brought in the data, so it's not that one. Oh. Well, the good news is because of these streams, we have a recording, so I know exactly when, which means I can go to the recording and I know exactly what commits we were on at that moment. So I might do that actually. Figure out We must have removed something on accident at some point here. It's all right. Anyways, guys, probably gonna head out now. But it has been a good day. We've done a lot of things, and we are getting closer to be able to answer a bunch of cool questions. But still, some work needs to be done. Goodbye. I'm going to leave.